isn't a dead word. How do I know the Scriptures is to be believed? Because Jesus Christ has told me so.
Welcome back to the Westminster Podcast. I'm Brandon McLean Smith, and this is episode 3 of The Scottish Tempest, the life of John Knox. And as you can see from the runtime, this one is a doozy, so let's get right back into it. At the end of the last episode, St. Andrew's Castle had fallen. Knox had been taken captive as a galley slave by France. And I mentioned that galley slavery was a sentence that was one small step above death. Well, I'm going to discuss the reality of early modern galley slavery in this episode and all of its horrors. But there's going to be some graphic descriptions and firsthand accounts of what historian Robert C. Davis calls, quote, one of the most brutal forms of slave labor ever devised, end quote. But we'll also talk about Knox's own eventual liberation from slavery and his time ministering in England. So, with that said, roll the music. So the castle of St. Andrews has fallen to the French by way of the galleys at the command of Leon Strozzi. The Castilians have surrendered to the French, and because of some interference from the Regent Aaron and the Queen Mother Mary de Guise, the Castilians are condemned to perpetual servitude by Henry II, the King of France. The nobles get posted to serve out their sentences in various castles and palaces, while the peasants among them are sentenced to perpetual galley slavery. Knox, being a peasant with no marketable skills for a palace or court to utilize, is among those who are sent to the galleys. And I say no marketable skills that they can utilize. Now, he has plenty of skills. We've seen that. He's a talented guy. He's sharp and he's intelligent. We've been through all of this in the previous couple episodes. We'll see more of his brilliance, or at least a brilliance that's unique to himself. But as a Protestant, all of his skills are pretty much useless to the French. In fact, they would serve against their purposes. And pretty much all of Knox's biographers rightly point out that this time in the galleys was incredibly important for him and formative, and it set a trajectory for his life. It hardened him, as if he wasn't hard enough already. And the suffering there would have been immense. But the biographers, they don't tend to stop and dwell on what galley slavery was like. They kind of go, Knox was a galley slave, and that was probably pretty terrible. And that's pretty much it. There's not much more than that. And Knox himself, he doesn't dwell on it much either. He makes a passing remark here or there, and he referred to, quote, the torment I sustained in the galleys, which brought forth sobs of my heart, end quote. But it seems like it's either too tough of a subject to dwell on for him, or it might be that he just doesn't want to draw attention to himself, but to the broader movement of the Reformed Church in Scotland, since that's really the topic of his book, where he talks about this galley slavery episode. And Stanford Reed does get into some of the details of galley slavery as an institution, and he draws more details of Knox's experience of that institution, and we're going to go over that. But before we do, I want to take some time to really focus in on galley slavery, what it was like, why it was so brutal, things like that. Now, I have a few sources that I'm going to be drawing on, and the first is a book called The Sun King at Sea, Maritime Art and Galley Slavery in Louis XIV's France. And this is by Meredith Martin and Gillian Weiss. Now, this book is a really interesting and kind of unique book in that it tells the story of galley slavery using the artwork of the time period. Now, Meredith Martin is an art historian and professor of art history at NYU. And Gillian Weiss is a historian who focuses on the history of France and the Mediterranean world. The book centers on various pieces of art that depict galley slavery, and it focuses mostly on the Mediterranean theater of French galley slavery. I'm also going to use a book called Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters, White Slavery in the Mediterranean, the Barbary Coast, and Italy, 1500 to 1800. Sun King at Sea really focuses on the French side of the equation, and Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters focuses on the North African or Barbary side of the equation. And both books focus most of their attention on the time period of the mid to late 1600s into the mid 1700s. So it's about 100 years after Knox would have been a galley slave. But before you think to yourself, well, then why are these sources relevant? They aren't from the time period of Knox. It's a century later. And really, I'm using these to get a feel for what galley slavery was like and why it was used. And you can really think of it this way. Like, if you're going to give a depiction of American slavery, it probably wouldn't matter if the source was from the 1720s or the 1820s. The institution itself probably didn't change that much during that time. And the same is true here. The experience of galley slavery that Knox had in the 1540s probably was pretty similar to the experience of galley slavery in the 1640s. There may have been subtle differences depending on if you were on the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, or if you were a slave of the French versus the Barbary Turks, but for getting a view of the suffering that was endured, it's not going to be that dissimilar. And finally, there is a book that is a first-hand account of a French Huguenot galley slave by the name of Jean Martea. And you'll have to forgive my pronunciation of French, not my strong suit. But his book, The Huguenot Galley Slave, is an account of his persecution at the galleys starting in 1700. This one is very useful for understanding not just the first-hand experience of a galley slave, but a reformed Christian galley slave on a French galley in the Atlantic, which is exactly what Knox's position was. There's also a smattering of other sources that I'll be using, and I'll mention those as they come up. And of course, I'll also continue to use the Knox biographies that I've been working through in the previous 2 episodes. That's Jane Dawson's work, W. Stanford Reed, and Geddes McGregor. And if you want to know sort of the nuances and the different perspectives of those biographies, you can go back to the first episode where I described that. I won't get too deep into that, but as there's subtle disagreements here and there, I'll be sure to note those because not everything is uniformly agreed upon when it comes to the history of Knox. So we'll cover that as we come to it. So, galley slavery. It was not a new concept in Knox's time. It had been around for a long time, and being a rower on a galley ship had long been considered a grueling job. When you think of galley slavery, a lot of people go right to the depiction of galley slavery in Charlton Heston's Ben-Hur, which came out in 1959. And there's a scene in that movie that depicts the poor souls on a Roman galley rowing at an ever-increasing pace as they are whipped by the centurion, and some pass out and collapse from the exhaustion, and they're quickly dragged off and replaced by new rowers. And that scene does a good job of showing the brutality of galley slavery. But there's just one problem. The Romans didn't use galley slaves. Rowers on Roman galleys were probably almost exclusively free men who were paid a wage, and they were free to seek other employment if they saw fit. It was a tough job, but that is far from the reality of those who were imprisoned and enslaved, chained to their oars on the early modern galleys like Knox was. Galley slavery as a concept was resurrected from the ancient era, and the galleys were also useful on the Mediterranean specifically because of their ability to maneuver well in the relatively calmer waters that the Mediterranean is known for, especially during the summer months. To the point that when the waters were calm, they could outmaneuver and outrun the larger sailed ships. This was also true of the littoral coastal areas of the Atlantic coast and the English Channel, though maybe a bit less so. We do see some references to the galleys being of limited use on the English Channel because the water is just too rough. You're not gonna to row against the tides of the English Channel that well. And that's especially perilous for the French because those tides typically went north. And so if you get stuck in the tides and you can't row against it and you wind up in the Netherlands, that's going to be a big problem. So there were limitations to the use of galleys on the Atlantic, but they definitely employed them there. And this quote from The Sun King at Sea by Martin and Weiss explains this concept of the galleys being brought up through history, resurrected into the early modern era. They say, quote, long associated with ancient emperors and medieval crusaders, galleys were resurrected in the 16th century by sovereigns including the Holy Roman Empire Charles V and his Ottoman enemy Suleiman the Magnificent, both of whom viewed dominating the Mediterranean Sea as a necessary step in achieving universal domination. While the Sultan and his contracted sea lords maintained large oared fleets based in Istanbul and provincial ports, multiple European powers kept galleys for traversing the Mediterranean, even while beginning to consolidate transoceanic empires with galleons, carracks, and other large sailing ships capable of traversing greater distances on higher waves. The kingdoms of France, Spain, and Portugal, the republics of Venice and Genoa, the Duchy of Tuscany, the Papal States, and the Knights of St. John, known after 1530 as the Knights of Malta, used galleys for maritime battles against Muslim opponents, for conflicts with Christian adversaries, for conveying dignitaries, and for controlling commerce, end quote. So galley slavery had a rich history in the ancient era through the medieval area. And it really hit its peak in the early modern era up until really the Napoleonic period, which was kind of when it ended. So it was a rich and established tradition by the time Knox underwent his enslavement. And the machine of European galley slavery was already well established, and its wheels and cogs had been greased with the blood and suffering of countless souls. In fact, about 2 decades after Knox was a galley slave, the single largest galley battle in history was fought. The Battle of Lepanto, in which the Ottoman Empire and the Holy League, which was an alliance between the Habsburgs, Venice, the papacy, and a bunch of other Catholic powers, they clashed with more than 400 galleys. And when you do the math on that, that's 80,000 oarsmen, slaves, who took part in this battle. And the result was what Martin and Weiss called, quote, an astonishing spectacle and a horrific bloodbath, end quote. So what that means is that Knox was probably a slave right at the apex of galley slavery. But it's also really important to note that the context of galley slavery was, for the most part, the ongoing battles with the Muslim Ottoman Empire. The Battle of Lepanto was kind of the rock on which the wave of the Ottoman Empire crashed. The Ottomans had been seemingly unstoppable, but Lepanto stopped their Mediterranean expansion in its tracks and created a sort of naval war of attrition. And because of that, the two sides were constantly capturing each other's men to serve on their galleys. So a lot of the galley slaves were basically POWs. And we'll get into the politics of all that later, but suffice it to say that if you were a Reformed Christian enslaved on a French galley, there was a great chance that you would be chained right next to a Muslim Turk. Now, one of the principles that I have when I'm thinking about history is that you have to remember that each and every player in the narrative is a real person with real desires and goals, ambitions, emotions, fears, concerns. Each of them were at some point a 6-year-old boy or a teenage girl. Even history's greatest villains were still humans made in the image of God. And so I think it's important to see things from their point of view as best you can, to get into their head and see through their eyes. And that can be really difficult, especially when we're talking about people embarking on campaigns of total dehumanization like we see with galley slavery. And I can almost wrap my head around the righteous indignation that a Frenchman might feel when he hears reports of the unconscionable treatment of his countrymen on Barbary galleys. I can almost put myself in his shoes and say, what they did to my friends and family, and my countrymen, I'm going to do to them. I'm going to make them suffer even worse than what they've made us suffer. I can maybe wrap my head around that. But what I can't wrap my head around is letting that rage cloud your judgment so completely that teenage boys who are only guilty of trying to flee the religious persecution of their own governments are caught in the crossfire. And we're not even talking about collateral damage. Whoops, a stray bullet, casualties of war. No, this was intentional. The punishment for the Turks were the punishments for the Huguenots. They made basically no distinction. In fact, as we'll see, in many ways, the Protestants were treated even worse. And the heightened and escalating tensions between the French and the Ottomans meant that they were going to be caught in the crossfire, taking the punishments that were calibrated for enemy combatants. And Robert Davis talks about this a lot in Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters. And he makes some controversial claims in that book in juxtaposing American chattel slavery with galley slavery. Because in the Mediterranean especially, but in the Atlantic too, galley slavery was an extension of war. The American system, so says Davis, was primarily about dollars and cents. Galley slavery was about crushing your enemies. Davis says, quote, "Slavery in the Americas differed at its inception from that of the Maghreb by being above all a matter of business, as opposed to passion. The slave traffickers and plantation owners may have experienced contempt, pity, or disgust for their human chattel, but they bought and sold them primarily for the work they could do. Such a failure of basic humanity is still felt centuries later in all the nations that were caught up in the shameful spiral. The more so because it was a misery fueled by greed, more than any ideology or cause. In Barbary, those who hunted and sold slavers certainly hoped to make a profit, but in their traffic, there was also always an element of revenge, almost of jihad, for the centuries of crusading violence that had preceded them, and for the ongoing religious struggle between Christian and Muslim that has continued to roil the Mediterranean world." End quote. So for the galley slaves, their productive output was one thing, but their suffering was really the point. They lived to suffer. The result was intense, ceaseless suffering with no respite. Martin and Weiss describe the average experience of a galley slave like this, quote, "Nothing changed the fact that their lives, for the most part, were a living hell. Around-the-clock confinement of laboring, sweating, defecating human beings in a cramped, vermin-filled space for months at a stretch produced an environment so noxious that galley officers stuffed tobacco up their noses in a futile effort to block the stench. During winters at port, those enslaved permitted to tend small shops along the quay or work outside the arsenal had more chance to recover, even if they still had to sleep chained together on board no matter the weather. They also had regular enough interactions with the locals to trigger complaints about commercial, moral, and spiritual corruption. Some of them earned enough to accumulate capital, but non-crippled slaves rarely received royal approval to buy their own freedom. Religious aliens whose status as subjugated outsiders confirmed royal power. Over time, rowers gained value to become skilled insiders, expected to mold new recruits. Indeed, without properly trained oarsmen, the galleys could not function, whether as maritime patrols, artistic wonders, or floating symbols of Catholic dominance." End quote. The French really did use the galleys as a symbol of their dominance. It tied them to those ancient Mediterranean conquerors, and Louis XIV was the most prolific in doing that. He claimed himself to be, quote, "the most Christian king," and used the galleys to promote that image. The Protestant Christians sitting side by side with Muslim Turks on the galleys represented his royal conquest of heresy on the one hand, and his ascendancy over Islam on the other. And you see this intentionally represented in the artwork that was commissioned at the time. The most obvious example of this is an etching and engraving called The Triumph of Religion by the Zeal of Christian Princes, in which the figure of a woman that represents religion rides a chariot over the crushed bodies and broken weapons of defeated Ottomans and the desecrated manuscripts of John Calvin and the Quran. The ironic part is that she's flanked by Louis XIV of France, Pope Innocent IX, Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, Charles of Lorraine, and the Bavarian Elector. The text above this scene expresses gratitude to Louis XIV for, quote, "The peace you have given enabled this coalition to reunite and cause the faith to triumph." And what's ironic about it is that it's completely made up. No such alliance existed. And in fact, most everyone in that image was part of an anti-French League of Augsburg that had just declared war on France. Also, that battle that this piece of art is referencing, that Louis XIV is taking credit for, was the Battle of Mohacs, a battle that Louis XIV withheld France from. So it's just completely made up, total propaganda. But what it is doing is linking Calvinism and Islam as co-equal enemies of France. The process of becoming a galley slaver was also supremely dehumanizing. They were treated almost like livestock. They were quarantined and then inspected, registered, and shaved. And this wasn't like an army barber shop running a pair of clippers through your hair before boot camp. They were using blades. Martin and Weiss say it was, quote, "a degrading act portrayed with shocking violence," end quote. And you can expect that some of the galley slaves were partially scalped in the process. And Davis also describes this process when he says, quote, "They were taken to a barber to be forcibly and most violently shaven, head and beard, if they had not already been shaved on their way into port." Which, imagine that, your head is being shaved with a straight blade on the open sea. Yeah, that's not going to be a comfortable experience. Continuing from Davis, "One can discern in such treatment, besides the obvious need to be given the new slaves their own distinctive look, a desire to further the process of breaking and demoralizing, now that they were indeed bonded to a master," end quote. And he says, quote, "Most of this class of slaves made for a rather sorry spectacle. Their hair and beards cut off with a dagger, their face bruised with blows and covered with mud and filth, their clothes being all covered with vermin," end quote. The people in the town also recognized them as the wretched refuse of royal society. Quote, "Whether confined to their vessels or disembarked in chains, enslaved rowers remained royal property, compelled to earn their keep and contribute to the grandeur of the crown. Virtually every 17th century European traveler to Marseille," which, by the way, was kind of the headquarters for French Mediterranean galley slavery. So virtually every 17th century European traveler to Marseille remarked on the sight and sound of galley slaves with a mixture of awe, pity, and disgust, describing the jangle of irons on city streets and the rhythmic shouts of "Hoo, hoo, hoo" off the coast, contrasted with the wretched condition of the slaves, with the gilded splendor of the fleet, end quote. However, a lot of the time this was kept a bit under wraps because the obvious and brutal oppression of these slaves would cast too dark of a shadow on the king's supposed transcendent glory. The king's own cousin remarked, quote, "This multitude of naked men is hideous to see and represents a kind of hell," end quote. And even outside of the arsenal and off the ships, galley slaves served as a reminder of the king's brutal authority. Quote, "The monarch's power was especially manifest in the faces of those who had dared defy him after sentencing or enslavement, with rule breakers of various sorts missing a nose or an ear, and captured runaways bearing a fleur-de-lis brand on the cheek that marked them as Bourbon and Catholic property," end quote. But even in the best case scenario, when you're at port and you're not having fallen foul of the authorities, the captains, the suffering was still immense. The work was punishing, there was no pay, and in order to feed yourself, you needed to pick up whatever additional work was possible to maintain your ability to row. On top of all that, since common criminals were also destined for the galleys, Reformed Christians might have a Muslim Turk on their left and a convicted murderer on their right. Again, from the Sun King at Sea, quote, "During the best of times, the only galley slaves denied direct access to labor markets tended to be recidivist runaways, convicted murderers, and Protestants unwilling to recant their beliefs," end quote. So like I said before, Protestants were treated worse than the Muslims and on par with the murderers. And part of this, too, is that France was technically, at some point, they had diplomatic relations with Turks. Now, both sides were still bitter enemies that violated their agreements constantly, but there was some checks and balances. The French couldn't do absolutely anything to their Turk prisoners because if word made it back to the Ottomans, they would have to answer for it. All the Protestants had was maybe the English or the Dutch to go to bat for them. And because of that, there tended to be some laxity here and there for Muslim Turks, but almost none at all for Protestants. Davis describes the kind of hopelessness that Protestants would have felt. Quote, "As chattel of whomever chose to buy him, he would be utterly without rights or a will of his own. His very life forfeit to the whim of his new owner, who could resell him, overload him with work, imprison him, beat him, mutilate him, kill him, without anyone interfering. There was no countervailing force to protect the slave from his master's violence. No local anti-cruelty laws, no benign public opinion, and rarely any effective pressure from foreign states," end quote. Davis, quoting William Ockley, follows this up by saying, quote, "If a patron shall kill his slave, for aught I could perceive, he suffers no more for it than if he should kill his horse," end quote. In fact, most slaves had figured out that it was only the greed of their masters that kept them alive. The value of their labor and their value on the resale market was the only thing that stood between them and a brutal death with a subsequently undignified watery grave. As for the criminals, most of them came via a massive prison in Paris, same as the Protestants, because they were arrested for the crime of being Protestant or of trying to escape France. We'll hear more detailed accounts of this prison and the subsequent journey from there to Marseille in the first-hand account of Jean Martea, but there was a group of Catholic missionaries who were supposed to minister to the prisoners there, but their alms barely made a dent in, quote, "the effects of overcrowding, inadequate nutrition, and the torments of spending 6 to 8 months chained to a cell wall by the neck and ankle, a horrific experience," end quote. Which, by the way, the first-hand account was actually worse than what Martin and Weiss just described, but we'll get there. From this Paris prison, they would undergo the journey to Marseille, which might be one of the worst parts of galley enslavement. This is a bit of a lengthy quote from the Sun King at Sea, but it gives an idea of what it was like. And again, we'll hear more from the first-hand account in a bit, but, quote, "Convict chain gangs generally left the tower in April and September after an obligatory medical review. Comprising somewhere between 50 and several hundred men, the Paris chain followed an established route on foot, cart, and barge to Marseille. At the capital, its departure produced a visual and oral sensation that drew throngs from across the spectrum. Bystanders saw a sea of iron, collars, and 3-foot-long fetters pairing men fastened to a thick central chain, and heard the clanging of metal, the shouting of guards, and the rhythmic marching of feet. They began the month-long trek through the French countryside that made for cautionary theater and left a thick documentary trail. Ministers sent orders for intendants to alert local officers and to arrange for transportation, shelter, food, security, and burial. Somewhere between 2 and 10% of convicts died before they even reached the Mediterranean coast." End quote. But not every galley came through the prison in Paris. Some of them were taken straight from conquered naval vessels, or, in Knox and the Castilians' case, from conquered coastal forts and cities. But just because they were spared the conditions of the prison in Paris doesn't mean it wasn't a haunting, harrowing experience. Listen to how Davis describes being taken as a slave in a naval engagement. Quote, "For the first half hour or so, any passengers or crewmen who moved too slowly or got in the corsair's way would well be beaten bloody or even hacked to pieces, a risk that convinced some that it was best to climb the mast and conceal themselves aloft until their fury was over." This initial turmoil and the fright it produced were only the first of a series of torments that, either in effect or by design, tended to break the new captive's sense of individuality and willingness to put up resistance. To further this mood of fatalistic passivity, the corsairs set about freely abusing and humiliating their new slaves in ways that undermined their sense of self-worth, claiming that they wanted to make sure that no one was concealing cash or jewels inside his clothing, or insisting that some among the passengers were circumcised, Jews in disguise. The corsairs might force male slaves to strip naked, encouraging them along with a volley of punches and lashings with a knotted rope. Others might have it much worse, however. One of the passengers, possibly because he was thought to know something of his shipmates, might be singled out and tortured systematically in front of the others to force him to reveal both his true identity and, wherever possible, that of his fellow passengers. The preferred method was to give him 100 or more blows with a stick. Canings were inflicted on the victim's back, stomach, the soles of their feet, or on their lower back, almost enough to break the kidneys. Finally, when there was nothing more to be gleaned from the new slave, they might decide to put some of the new prisoners straight to work at the oars. Some unfortunates were thus thrown from their accustomed lives of ease to excruciatingly hard labor and short rations in the space of just a few hours. Jan Struys wrote how within minutes of his capture, quote, "They put me in a galley, stripped me of my robes, shaved my head, and set me to an oar, which was work enough for 6 of us to tug at." More typically, however, captives were chained together and hustled down to a storage room or hold below deck, where they were chained together in heaps and thrust up like herrings in the bottom of the ship, often the point where it was difficult for everyone to sit or lie down at once. For security's sake, captives were kept below for the rest of the voyage. The new slaves had to creep in upon hands and knees into a lockup where they found it impossible to sleep for such quantities of vermin such as lice, bugs, and fleas. One slave recalled how "we lay in this miserable condition about 40 days, oppressed as with many inconveniences. So especially I remembered with the stench and nastiness of our lodging. Whether put to the oar or locked below deck, it seems that many captives never survived the trip to port, dying from the shock of their capture and sudden reversal of their fortunes. Perhaps. Or from the beatings, insufficient food and water, and unsanitary conditions that were suddenly their lot." End quote. So that's what it was like to be taken captive in a naval engagement and thrust into galley slavery. And one of the big problems that the French were running into was that they were trying to convert these convicts, especially the Muslims and the Protestants. But in the rare case that you were successful, well, now you had a problem on your hands. Because if they did convert, now you had Catholic brothers serving on the galleys for no real reason. So they were disincentivized to actually convert them so that they don't lose their workforce. At the same time, as an image of their Catholic dominance, the conversion of the infidel and the heretic was one of the main reasons for their existence. So they were both incentivized to and disincentivized from converting the galley slaves. And the reason for this catch-22 was that the galleys, as emblematic of their Christian glory, it was all just nonsense. It was propaganda. That's not what they were for. They were for punishment and for free labor. But some unscrupulous Protestants did convert, or at least told the Catholics what they wanted to hear in order to potentially get their freedom. But a lot of them refused to convert. And as we'll see in Knox's own story, they would refuse to observe the Mass and would put on their hats and lay at the benches rather than cooperate with the Mass. Martin and Weiss describe this dynamic as follows, quote, "The controversy centered on a royal ordinance requiring that all rowers not only be present during Catholic services, but also be chained and kneeling with uncovered heads. As a matter of conscience, some portion of the Huguenots on the galleys refused. To doff their caps and pay deference to the host, they believed, would constitute a sacrilege. After vicious floggings landed several of them in the hospital, where at least one died from his wounds, letters detailing the cruel torments suffered by confessors of the faith circulated throughout the Protestant diaspora, inspiring sermons, alms collection, and diatribes in English, German, and Dutch. Whether to counter bad publicity, signal Louis XIV's benevolence, avoid further unrest, or all of the above, Sennelier intervened in January 1701 to halt the mistreatment of non-compliant Huguenots." End quote. But what was the day-to-day life of a galley slave like? We've seen a few examples of just terrible anecdotes, but Davis does a great job of laying out the systematic suffering of life in the galleys. This is going to be a long quote, but it's worth it to get a sense of just how horrific the conditions were and how little respite there was for these people. Quote, "Life as a corsair galley slave had been called a real living hell for those poor wretches, and even attempts by recent scholars to play down the experience by claiming that conditions on these galleys were at least consistent with the standards of the age cannot dismiss one of the most brutal forms of slave labor ever devised. Depending on the size of their galley, slaves were assigned 3, 4, 5, or 6 to an oar. Although even the smaller ships generally required 4 men to manage the big stern oars. Oarsmen were chained by their wrists to the oar itself, and also by their ankles, which were attached to a chain that ran the length of each bench and was bolted to the ship's ribbing. This left them with extremely restricted movement. We were then also vilely manacled," complained Thomas Saunders, "in such sort that we could not put our hands the length of a foot asunder from one to the other. And every night they searched our chains 3 times to see if they were fast reacted. The only motion possible seems to have been along the bench itself. When the ship was idle, slaves who needed to relieve themselves could make their way to the opening at the hull side of their bench, known as the borda, dragging their part of the chain and presumably climbing over their sleeping companions. The only liberty that is given to us in the galley," recalled Louis Marat, "is to go to this place where we have occasion." This, however, many slaves were apparently too exhausted or dispirited to do, and often ended up simply fouling themselves where they sat. The resulting stench, as many observers agreed, was beyond belief. But besides the fumes in which they labored, the shackled galeotti, tormented by fleas, rats, bedbugs, and other parasites. For their clothing, oarsmen could generally only expect a short-lined pair of breeches to cover their privities. They were issued no shirts to shield their naked backs from the rain or the sun, so that their flesh is burned off their backs. Rations on board were meager, although just how much each galeotti could expect seems to have varied from ship to ship, perhaps improving somewhat over time. The slave friar Diego Haedo wrote in the 1580s that every day on board the oarsmen were allowed no more than a bit of breadcrumbs, 2 or 3 pieces of dirty and often rotten biscuit, a little diluted vinegar. Another spoke in the 1620s of 2 handfuls of black biscuit a day, nothing more. By 1700, however, things seem to have improved, and Joseph Morgan wrote that along with the scarce sufficient quantity of rusk, the galeotti might receive an occasional mess of gruel of their coarsest burgle, along with the usual vinegar water mix, with a few spots of oil swimming thereon. The continual concern of every captain was to keep his vessel as light and nimble as possible, often at the expense of sufficient stores of food, water, or clothing. It does not appear to have been their poor rations, or even the work itself that troubled the slaves as much as sleep deprivation. With no room to lie down, the benches to which they were chained were only a foot or so wide. They had to find what sleep they could while seated. 5 slaves sitting at an angle without being able to turn around. Their pillow, the banks upright, and that double, not having so much room as to stretch their legs. If the captain demanded it, the oarsmen had to row even while they ate their meager meals, and in the normal course of propelling the ship, they were lucky if they got even a brief respite in which to sleep. An hour and 12, and that at night, was one slave's experience, when the one half rose and the other slumbers. Indeed, they blamed exhaustion and the sheer want of sleep for driving many Galeotti in what he called continual ecstasies, none of which was helped by the direct sun beating on their naked back and a thirst that often became so extreme that some oarsmen resorted to drinking seawater. These were the normal conditions of a work on a galley. They were also extraordinary occasions when the slaves were pushed even further beyond these relatively commonplace travails. Situations of hot pursuit or flight, for example, could require Galeotti to row flat out for whole days and nights successively. Morgan could recall instances when, for many and many leagues upon a stretch, the miserable tuggers had been urged forward unintermittingly, till several of the wretches burst their gall and expired. To urge them on, to force the poor slaves to draw on all the force of their bodies, the boatswain and his mates, along with sundry soldiers, ran back and forth on the ship's central catwalk, lashing out when their devilish chiller rose at the oarsmen's naked backs with a tar-dipped rope's end. The chase, or flight, was for many contemporary observers the greatest horror of all of galley slavery. Those who witnessed and, according to many, smelled a corsair galley as it plowed its inexorable way across a flat sea, powered only by human suffering, never forgot the spectacle. Joseph Morgan called it that least tolerable and most to be dreaded employment of a man deprived of liberty. Those who have not seen a galley at sea cannot well conceive the shock such a spectacle must give to a heart capable of the least tincture of commiseration. To behold rank and file of half-naked, half-starved, half-tanned, meager wretches together, urged on even beyond human strength with cruel and repeated blows on the bare flesh to an incessant continuation of the most violent of all exercises. End quote. One thing that Davis didn't mention there was that one of the worst parts of life at sea on a galley was the chains themselves. He mentions that they were chained to the oar, chained at their feet, to the bench, but they were chained directly to the oar that they were pulling, and the manacle around their wrists would have rubbed and chafed against their skin all day long in the baking hot sun until the skin was raw, until open sores developed around their wrists. And since their bathroom, for all intents and purposes, was their bench, their wounds would have been exposed to their own excrement and urine. So they would often get infections and would spread communicable diseases like hepatitis. Since they didn't really know about hepatitis, they just called it the itch. But even if they did know about it, it's not like they would have done anything about it. The French wouldn't have cared. So they just slapped the chain right onto the next guy, and it just spread all around. And so the itch, the pain, the sores is just unavoidable. That's what life was like for these guys. A bleak and brutal existence punctuated only by even greater sufferings. Little to no respite, practically devoid of hope. The most unrelenting, savage suffering imaginable, the vilest form of slavery conjured up by the depraved minds of men, a fate so vicious and punishing that many didn't survive it. And those who didn't survive it were, again, unceremoniously thrown overboard to save the weight. In fact, some of the sick, crippled, used up men were cast overboard while they were still alive, left to drown, even after surviving the barbaric cruelties of the galleys. Worst of all, Davis wraps up this description of the life of a galley slave by saying, quote, "Galley slavery was, in all, an unspeakably wretched existence, made worse, if possible, by the unhappy awareness that the main task of a slave oarsman was essentially to work himself to death to help his masters seize more slaves like himself." End quote. Now, galley slaves didn't spend 100% of their time at sea, though. Well, some did. If you were enslaved on a Muslim sort of Levantine galley, there's a chance you might be at sea 100% of the time, but that was rare. No, most galleys operated in the summer and stayed at port over the winter. But that doesn't mean that galley slaves got to rest during that winter season. No, things were just about as bad in the off-season as they were at sea. They lived in what were essentially open-air prisons called bagnios, and they were still forced to labor for their masters, typically with unrelenting, hard labor. From Davis, quote, "As in the galleys, these slaves seem, when ashore, to have had little respite from their often extremely hard labors, which, according to John Foss, ran without a pause for lunch from daybreak in the morning until just half an hour before sunset, summer and winter. Though the work they did varied according to the season or the special needs of their masters, these galley slaves were most typically put to quarrying and transporting stone." End quote. And like I mentioned before, when you're at port, you had your compulsory labor that was required of you by your master, but you also had to do additional work on the side to earn your keep and pay for food, because they didn't feed you. You had to feed yourself. It was your responsibility to feed yourself and maintain your ability to row when it was time to go back to sea. You couldn't afford to do your work and then let your body become weak from lack of food, because when you go back to sea and you can't row, that's a death sentence. So they had to work on top of their enslaved work. And practically every account from survivors of galley slavery described the bagnios as places of ceaseless and systematic cruelty. One source described the bagnio as, quote, "inhuman scenes of diabolical barbarity which will never be effaced from my memory," end quote. Slaves in the bagnios could expect ruthless beatings for even the most minor infractions: missing a roll call, shirking duties, unexplained absences, stealing materials or food, or even just drawing the ire of the guards. Any of these infractions could be met with several hundred blows from a whip or a cudgel. These bastinados were given to the soles of the feet, the stomach, or both. Sometimes the back, the lower back, like we said before, where it was often at times that they had their kidneys burst from the beatings. And after the beating, you just have to go back to work immediately, still suffering the results. There were also other, even more severe types of punishment that were doled out seemingly at random. We mentioned before some of the punishments for attempting escape: branding on the face, having your ears or nose cut off. Some were also just summarily executed. Some were given 300, 500 blows to the soles of their feet, which could easily cripple you for life. And this was all compounded on top of the continual normal punishment of the life of slavery itself. Again, from Davis, quote, "Punishments of this sort were merely extreme instances of ferocity played out against a background of continual systematic violence," end quote. And all of this might raise the question in your mind of why it's worth it. Why are you injuring your slaves to the point where they can't work anymore? Why are you just killing your workforce? Just executing them? Aren't they ruining the value of the slaves if they cripple them and kill them arbitrarily? Well, there was a certain perverse logic to it, really. It was a tool in the arsenal to ensure a broad passivity among the slaves. It set an example of what could happen to you if you resist. Again, from Davis, quote, though for the private slave owner, only with a dozen or so bondsmen, this might seem to be an expensive lesson. For large-scale slavers, the possibility of disciplining by example must have been worth ruining or even killing a handful of slaves. These manifestations of a master's total control over his property were seen as fundamental for establishing the subsequent relationship of dominance between the two, a relationship that might eventually allow for less brutal forms of coercion or even possible rewards. But this was always based on the option of terror. End quote. Now, we're going to go ahead and turn to our first-hand account of French galley slavery, the Huguenot galley slave Jean Martea. And one thing that has been kind of in the background for all of this stuff that we've been covering is the Edict of Nantes, which was issued in 1598. It gave religious freedom to French Protestants. They were allowed to worship how they wanted without censure or oppression from the Catholic authorities after this. Now, John Knox died in 1572, so this was issued 26 years after he died, and it didn't apply to his situation in French captivity at the galleys. But the Edict of Nantes was revoked in 1685, which is why so much of the coverage we've been using on galley slavery is from that period. And Jean Martea's account is also from after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. So the situation in France for French Protestants before the Edict of Nantes and after its revocation would have been pretty similar. And we see that play out in Martea's autobiography. Now, he was born in Bergerac in 1684, the year before the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. Or Nantes, again, forgive my French pronunciation. And it seems like him and his family were able to fly below the radar for a bit. But that changed in 1699 when the Duc de la Force arrived, quote, in order to convert the Huguenots, end quote. What followed was a campaign of torture and oppression. Quote, he began, in order to give an idea of the gentleness of his mission and the spirit of his counselors, to exercise unheard of cruelties against those of his vassals who belonged to the Reformed faith, carrying off daily peasants of every age and of both sexes, and making them suffer in his presence, and without any form of trial, the most frightful tortures continued upon some until they died, to compel them to abjure their religion upon the spot, without any reason but his own will, end quote. The Duc de la Force leaves for a bit and returns with 4 Jesuits and a regiment of dragoons to continue their cruel mission. And dragoon is just a fancy word for cavalry. He says, quote, there were no conceivable cruelties which these booted and spurred missionaries did not exercise to oblige the poor citizens to go to Mass, make their public abjuration, and swear with horrible oaths never to abandon the practice of the Roman religion. The Duke had a form of this oath filled with imprecations against the Reformed faith, which he made them sign and swear to, either by consent or by force, end quote. 22 of these dragoons were quartered in Martea's house, and at some point his father is taken to prison and his siblings, young children, were taken and placed in a convent. Merte is able to escape, but he's only 16 years old. His mother wasn't so fortunate. Quote, "My poor mother found herself left the only one of the family in the midst of those 22 wretches who caused her to undergo horrible tortures." End quote. He doesn't describe the tortures his mother endured, but I think we all know, so it's probably best not to dwell upon it. She was then dragged before the Duke, and she was tortured further, and after the fashion that I described before, she was forced to sign the formulary. And she did so, quote, "weeping abundantly and protesting against the act to which she was compelled," end quote. But she was compelled nonetheless. To make sure that her signature on the form matched her vocal protest, she added the words, "La force made me do it." So now Jean Merte is out in the world at 16 years old, and he's trying to make it to the Netherlands. But Bergerac is down just east of Bordeaux, closer to Spain than it is to Belgium and the Netherlands. So he's got a ways to go. And he left with a friend, so he's not completely alone, and his plan was to make it to Paris. And from there, he would find out the best way to get to the frontier. Even though it's late October, so it's cold, he makes it all the way to Paris. He meets up with some Protestants there, and they write him an itinerary that would take him through the Ardennes forest in modern-day Belgium, but at the time it was the frontier of the Spanish Netherlands. They would then go to Charleroi, where they would be definitively outside of French-controlled territory. But obviously that doesn't go according to plan, and he is captured. But there is a point in the story where he says that though they weren't aware, just before their capture, they were sort of tragically within a few leagues of a castle that belonged to the Prince of Liege and was garrisoned by Dutch troops. And this guy, he was giving free passage to Charleroi for all refugees. And Marte says, quote, "But it was God's will that we should remain in this ignorance, so that our constancy and our faith should be put to trial during 13 years of the most frightful misery in dungeons and in the galleys." End quote. So they wind up in a prison waiting to see the governor. And the governor actually has some compassion for them. But because they didn't lie when they said that they were reformed, the Marquis, the minister of the state, was, quote, "strongly against us." And so the Marquis commands the governor to prosecute them and condemn them to the galleys for, quote, "being found on the frontiers without a passport," end quote. The governor, still wanting to help them, offers a way for them to avoid the galleys. He tries to get them to convert to Catholicism. If they do that, they were told they would be set free and brought back to Bergerac. The Marquis signed off on this and gave these instructions, quote, "I shall give you no advice as to what you ought to do. Your faith and your conscience must decide you. All that I can say is that your abjuration will at once open the door of your prison, and that unless you make it, you will certainly go to the galleys." But they don't even take any time to ponder this. They respond right away. Quote, "We replied that we placed our whole confidence in God's grace, which we should never cease to implore. We would never deny the divine and true principles of our holy religion, that he must not believe it was through obstinacy or infatuation that we continued steadfast, that it was, thank God, through a firm conviction of the goodness of our cause, and that our parents had taken all possible care to instruct us in the truth of our religion and the errors of the Roman faith, that we might boldly profess the one and avoid falling into the dangers of the other." End quote. I mean, man, that's a 16-year-old saying that, knowing what's going to await him, knowing that all he has to do is say some words and sign a paper and everything would be back to normal. But no, he doubles down. He bites the bullet and he refuses to abjure the true Reformed faith. Then they spend some time in prison, awaiting a formal appeal of their sentence. Now, they didn't submit the appeal themselves. In fact, they actively argued against appealing the sentence. They told the judge, quote, We would only appeal from this iniquitous sentence to the tribunal of God, that all men who are against us, and that we look to God alone, in whom we reposed our confidence, and who was a righteous judge." End quote. And the judge tries to pass the buck and basically says, "Don't blame me for the severity of your sentence. This is the order of the king." And he responds by saying, "Well, then don't call yourself a judge. You aren't a judge. You're just a, quote, executor of the king's orders," end quote. So he's saying, we will only appeal to God because he is a righteous God. He is a righteous judge. To call you an unrighteous judge would be too charitable. You aren't even a judge. You're just a hatchet man for the king. So the judge puts in the appeal on their behalf because, quote, "no inferior judge can carry into execution a sentence which involves corporal punishment without it being ratified by Parliament," end quote. So they get moved to the prison in Tournai by foot. Every night they get put in the worst dungeon they could find. And they give them only bread and water. There's no bed, not even straw to rest on. And when they get to Tournai, they are given only 1.5 pounds of bread a day. So they almost die of hunger. The curé of the parish told the Parliament not to take up their case until he had a chance to convert them. But the curé, quote, "either by idleness or to constrain us by famine, only came to see us every 8 or 15 days. And then he spoke so little to us about religion that we had not even the trouble of defending ourselves. And when we wished to tell him our sentiments upon the truths of the Reformed religion, he cut us short. 'Another time,' said he, and off he went," end quote. So this curé is basically intentionally starving them out with no real concern to convert them. Not really. He just wants them to suffer. And suffer they do. They become so emaciated that they are no longer able to stand up. So they are resigned to laying on a couple of pads of straw that are infested with vermin right next to the cell door so that when the guard throws their bread to them like dogs, they can reach it and eat it. And they lived like that in the twilight between life and death for 6 weeks. And at that point, 2 friends, fellow Huguenots from Bergerac, get put in their cell with them. They had been schoolmates together from childhood, but the 2 guys, they don't even recognize them because of the state that they're in. Quote, "They on their part did not recognize, for the misery in which we were made it absolutely impossible for anyone to do so," end quote. But these 2 guys were their lifeline for a time. They had some money and were able to buy food for the guys. In fact, they had a lot of money. 400 louis d'ors, which was a gold coin that was used as major currency. It was worth about 24 livres, which means that they had about 9,600 livres on their person. For reference, a cow sold for about 50 livres. A pretty nice racehorse would have been like 100. So these guys were loaded. And so they can buy food, and they buy tons of food. And after they eat and they regain their strength, the new guys ask them what happened that reduced them to their miserable condition. They're like, what happened to you guys? And then he tells them. And, quote, "They began to weep on account of their own weakness, confessing to us that they had resolved to abjure their religion rather than be condemned to the galleys." And Myrte responds to this by saying, "We should wish rather never to have seen you than to find you holding sentiments so opposed to the education which your parents gave you and to the faith in which you have been instructed. Do you not tremble for fear of the just judgments of God, who declares that those who know their master's will and do it not shall be beaten with more stripes than those who are ignorant of it?" And so they respond, quote, "What would you have us do? We cannot make up our minds to go to the galleys. You are very fortunate in having courage to do so, and we praise you for it, but speak no more about it. Our resolution is taken," end quote. And the conversation ends there. And all Marte can do is lament and pray for them to change their minds. And And that conversation, that really, it really strikes me. These guys are starving to death. They look like victims of a concentration camp. And they're looking at their well-fed, rich brethren and saying, "Are you crazy? You're not going to suffer for the gospel?" And these guys, these two guys, they're probably, and really apparently, they were so hard-hearted from the shame that they would only leave half a Louis d'Or for them. They had all this money and they left them hardly anything. It's really sad. But Marté and his friend, they get moved to another prison, and yet another Catholic clergyman shows up to try to convert them. This is a recurring theme, by the way. It happens constantly. But this time it's a grand vicar, a big deal. Quote, "He was an acute rhetorician, full of sophistry, wishing only to argue from tradition, as we did only from Holy Scripture. Thus it was impossible to come to any conclusion," end quote. Well, some things never change, I guess. That's an apt description of practically every conversation between the Reformed and Roman Catholics that I've ever seen, really. But skipping ahead a bit, his conviction is upheld by Parliament, and he gets put into another prison, one of the worst prisons that he sees. And in this prison, it's always pitch black, day and night, so dark that you can't see anything at all. He gets beaten several times with the flat side of a sword by the jailer, and he also gets beaten by the other convicts. Because you have to remember, he's a 16-year-old boy in, what we would consider, maximum security, federal penitentiary type prisons. Actually, it's, 10 times worse than that. So he's in a dire position. Can't really defend himself. So he's getting beaten by the jailers, by the convicts. He gets dragged down a flight of stone stairs, and he hits his head on every single step on the way down. And then he gets put on the chain to Dunkirk. And for the geography, we've talked about the chain from Paris that went to Marseille in the south for the Mediterranean fleet, and then there was the chain that went north to Dunkirk, to the Atlantic headquarters for the galley fleet. So he gets sent north to Dunkirk. And the day that he arrives in the galleys, they give the bastinado to one of the prisoners, quote, "without any form of trial and immediately. For what offense, I know not," end quote. And we've heard a bit about the bastinado already, but Marté gives a pretty lucid description of it. Quote, "The manner in which this barbarous punishment is inflicted is as follows. The unfortunate victim is stripped naked from his waist upwards. Then they make him lie upon his face, his legs hanging over his bench, and his arms over the opposite bench. 2 convicts hold his legs, and 2 other his arms. His back is bare and exposed, and the comite, who is behind him, every now and then strikes a whip on a muscular Turk, who is also stripped. They urge him on to scourge the back of the poor victim with all his strength, which he does with a coarse, thick rope. As the Turk knows that there will be no mercy for him if he spares in the least the poor wretch who is to be so cruelly punished, he applies his blows with his whole force, so that each cut raises a bruise an inch in height. Those who suffer this punishment can rarely endure more than 10 or 12 blows without losing the power of speech and motion. This does not hinder them from continuing to strike the poor body, which neither moves nor utters a cry till the number of blows ordered by the major are accomplished. 20 or 30 blows are only for slight offenses. I have seen 50, 80, and even 100 given. In such cases, the victims scarcely ever recover. After the poor patient has received the appointed number, the barber or surgeon of the galley comes to rub his lacerated back with strong vinegar and salt, to make the miserable body regain its sensibility, and to prevent gangrene from coming on. Such is the cruelty of the bastinado of the galleys," end quote. And one of the things that's important about the bastinado is that they used the Turks to do the whippings. These ship captains and commanders, their bloodthirst outpaced their own physical limitations. Right? They didn't have the cardio to whip the slaves enough. They would tire out too quickly. The other galley slaves, though, their job is to row endlessly for hours, even days on end. So they can whip someone all day long. But just think about the mental state you have to be in to whip someone until you're too tired to go on. And then think to yourself, that wasn't enough. You might think that if you whip another human being until you burn your lungs out, that by the end you might have cooled off a bit. But no, not these guys. It's a level of malice and inhumanity that's hard to wrap your mind around. And I've mentioned a few times now that galley slavery was a sentence that was one small step above death, but not everyone saw it that way. Some saw it as a fate worse than death. In 1702, the galley Merté served on captured a Dutch man of war, which is a large naval ship. And the surgeon on board the Dutch ship was a French refugee. And he intentionally came to the galley so that he could desert to Holland. And he gets caught and brought back to the galley and is chained down to have a trial aboard the ship. And they ask him what he was trying to do, where he was trying to go. And he said, quote, "To Holland, to bear arms against France," end quote. Which is probably the perfect thing to say if you're trying to get yourself killed. And the commander probably raised his eyebrows and says, quote, "If you had replied that you were deserting to remain in France, you would only have been condemned to be a convict. But now you yourself are putting the rope around your neck," end quote. So the commander is like, dude, why did you go there? What are you doing? Why would you say that? And this guy responds, quote, "Yes, sir. I declare here to the council, as is the truth, that I have deserved, according to the king's commands and the laws of war, to be hanged. And if you sentence me otherwise, you will commit an injustice," end quote. So this guy is saying, please, please, please just kill me. Don't send me to the galleys. Send me to my death instead. To him, death was preferable to the galleys. And obviously I don't agree with him, but you can see where he's coming from, right? After all we've heard about the galleys, I don't know that I'd fault him for that. But the commander sees through this and he says, quote, "And I, to punish you more rigorously, remit the sentence of death which you desire and condemn you to the galleys," end quote. And that is just brutal. Now, this guy was definitely wrong in thinking that death was better than the galleys. He had given up hope. But it turns out that guy was only on the galleys for a little more than a year and then was released because of some political stuff that we won't get into here. But this is proof that galley slavery had the reputation of being the worst thing that could happen to you. And some viewed it as a fate worse than death. But Marté, he slaves away at his galley for a number of years, and in 1708, his galley participates in a naval battle with an English ship, and it does not go well for his galley specifically. The French, they win the battle, but his galley gets basically obliterated. And, long story short, the ship they were fighting latches onto them on their broadside and just lets loose with cannons, point blank, right on his galley. And this might be a good time to describe what galley warfare was. And the point of it was to latch onto ships and to board them, right? It was a way of melding land and sea warfare. You have a bunch of infantry on a boat, you latch onto this other boat, and then you board, and you take the ship, right? You kill all their crew, you have your foot soldiers do all this work, you kill all the crew, you drag the ship then back to coastal territory before the other side can respond. And that was galley warfare. Latch on, kill the crew, drag the ship back. The problem was that ships with cannons made this extremely dangerous. Because if you latch onto the broad side of a ship with cannons, you're basically latching yourself right to the barrel of a gun. Several guns, actually. And that's exactly what happens to Marte's galley. And he can see that a cannon filled with grape shot is pointing directly at his bench. And he can see the men coming and firing each cannon in succession, one by one. So he sees that when they get to the cannon pointing at his bench, he's probably as good as dead. And the cannon is basically within arm's reach, too. It is point blank. His fellow oarsmen on his bench, they try to lay down, but he sees that if he does that, the grape shot is just going to tear them apart. So he stands up on his bench. Quote, I perceived from the manner in which it was pointed that its discharge would bear directly upon our bench, and that lying down we must receive it upon our bodies. Having made this observation, I determined to stand straight up on my bench. I could not get away. I was chained to it. What else could I do? I must resign myself to pass under the fire of this cannon. End quote. As he's standing there, he's watching the English gunner going from cannon to cannon. And as he approaches his cannon, he thinks, and he says, quote, I lifted up my heart to God and uttered a short but fervent prayer as a man who expects the stroke of death. Now he came to this fatal gun. I had the courage to watch him put the port fire to the gun, still standing straight up and commending my soul to my Savior. The cannon fired. End quote. He gets blown off the bench and winds up laying in the center of the galley as far as his chain would allow. And somehow he survives. When he comes to, he has no idea how long it's been. But he tries to rouse the guys on his bench, and one of them was a good friend, a Turk named Yusuf, who actually helped him to smuggle contraband, money, books, letters, things like that, at great risk to himself. So he's a dear friend, and he tries to help Yusuf up, and he grabs him by the arm. Quote, I took him by the arm to help him, but, oh, horror, which makes me still shudder when I think of it. His arm, separated from his body, remained in my hand. With terror, I let the arm of this unhappy fellow fall, and perceived that he, as well as the 4 others, were literally hewn in pieces, for all the shot from the gun had fallen upon them. End quote. So he just sits down on the bench. And at that point, he realizes that he's bleeding profusely from a large hole that goes clear through his shoulder. And there's another hole just as large below his knee, and a foot-long, 4-inch wide gash in his stomach. So he's bleeding out. And the galley is so full of dead bodies that they can't even walk down the center aisle, so they're just throwing the dead overboard. But they're working in the dark because night had fallen, and they couldn't light any torches because they were still just off the coast of England. And so they didn't want to alert the English to where they were. So they're almost certainly throwing tons of unconscious, wounded overboard to die. And Marte, having fainted again, is awoken as he is about to be thrown overboard. And he only wakes up because the guy getting ready to throw him overboard puts his hand in one of the wounds. So it's chaos. And he gets put into the hold with the other wounded, but they have just one surgeon and not much supplies. So he says, quote, the wounded died like flies in this horrid hold, where there was a stifling heat and dreadful stench, so that gangrene set in on most of our wounds. End quote. They were in that hold for 3 days until they got to Dunkirk and were transferred to a naval hospital. To Add insult to literal injury, the wounded galley slaves are separated and chained to their beds by the neck. And the reason I'm recounting this story is because it really shows you just how little value your life held as a galley slave, and just how precarious of a situation you were in. Things were really bad as a galley slave in the day-to-day, but to make matters even worse, you could find yourself being blown to pieces by your own side because you're forced to essentially fight for your enslavers. Then, even if by some miracle you survive, they still treat you as a subhuman piece of property in the hospital, chaining you by your neck to your bed. After he recovers from his wounds, he gets another chance to go free if only he recants his faith, which he, again, declines to do. And the guy that offers him this opportunity claims to be a closeted Protestant. He was a banker with friends in high places. And he basically says, you just have to say it. You don't have to sign anything, and we'll drop you off in Holland, and no one will be the wiser. No one will know that you abjured your faith. You can go on being a Protestant. You can worship how you want in Holland. No one will know. And he says, what do you think? After all you've been through. And he responds to this by saying, quote, I think, sir, that I was deceived in believing you to be a good Protestant. You may be a Protestant, but we must take away the word good. What, sir, do you think that God is deaf and blind, and that the promise which you propose that I should make, concealed from the eye of man, would you not greatly offend him? As much and even more than if I made it to a simple curé? Do not deceive yourself, sir. The light which you possess concerning the truth condemns you. For you know as well as I do, and even better, that if the confession which we make to our God in our hearts is not confirmed by that of our lips instead of being a virtue, it becomes a crime. End quote. So even when people were well-meaning, they were constantly trying to get him to recant his faith and offering his liberty in return, which, as we will see, it proves that he is being oppressed and enslaved for his faith. That's his crime. And one thing that we learned from this account is that not every seat on the bench was as difficult as the other. The further away from the hull you were seated, the harder the job was. And after he recovered from his injury, he couldn't really use the arm that was injured at the shoulder, at least not well. So when he gets aboard his galley again, his new galley, he positions himself at the easiest seat. But this was a routine that they would go through, and the way that they would test who was faking injury or weakness to try to get those easier seats, the easier jobs, is they would just basically whip everyone like crazy to see if they were faking. You know, it's not exactly scientific, but that's what they would do. And they did the same thing on the chains to Marseille. People would fake an injury in hopes of getting a ride on a cart, so they would just beat those people with whips. And I guess the logic was that if you were faking, then you'd walk and try to get away. But if you weren't faking, you just had to take the beating. So he's preparing himself to be senselessly beaten. But he then is spared because wounded men weren't supposed to be at the oars. So basically, he gets a job as a secretary to the captain. Well, to be more specific, galley slaves who were wounded in battle were actually meant to be released, except for Reformed Christians. Another instance of the Reformed being treated the worst in the galleys, worse than heretics and criminals. Since he was no longer burdened by being at the oars, though, he has this job as a secretary. We start to learn a lot more about the organization of the communities of the galley slaves. And this is particularly helpful for understanding some of Knox's story as a galley slave. Since Marté isn't rowing anymore, he becomes kind of a leader of the galley slaves. He holds the purse for the rest of the slaves. And so when Reformed communities, when they would raise money and send it to the galley slaves, it would go to a communal purse. And that, I think, to me, is really remarkable. What you have is these Reformed communities in Germany and England and the Netherlands. They're they're raising money, and they're sending it off to just random bankers that were at the port, and just hoping that that money makes it to the galley slaves. Even, it being contraband aside, that's already a precarious thing to do, to send your money to a random banker hoping that it gets to where it's supposed to go. Add on top of that there's a high likelihood that it gets caught, that the contraband is discovered, and it makes its way into the coffers of the French. So these people were incredibly faithful givers, incredibly generous. And so they would send this money, and it would go to a communal purse, and Marté was the one who held on to this communal purse, and they also would have all of the theological books and treatises and articles that have been written that they smuggle in. And again, the way that it would work is they send the money to the bankers in the ports, and then one of the slaves would go and get it, and he would bring it to the one who held the purse. They could also pass along works of theology, letters, correspondences, communications between the communities. And these communication networks are going to be really important for when we come back to Knox. But this was not without significant risk. If they found you with contraband, they would basically just bastinado you to death, or until you gave up the banker that remitted you the money, which would ruin them as well. And he details just such an occurrence. They begin by interrogating this guy, and he answers honestly all of the questions that they're asking him. He's not going to lie. And he's answering all these questions until they ask him who the banker is. Which banker was working with you? And he refuses to say. And the commodore responds, "What, wretch, you dare refuse to tell me what you confess to know yourself? You will either expire under the lash or tell me." And this guy is a guy named Sabatier. He says, or Sabatier, quote, "Make me die by the most horrible tortures. I shall never tell it." And Marté describes the torture as follows, quote, "The master, transported by rage, ordered the guard to beat him with a stick in his presence." The guard who is being ordered to beat him, he actually really likes Sabatier, so he can't do it. And so the master takes the stick to do it himself. And he beats him with the stick, and the stick breaks, but he keeps beating him until his strength gives out. Which again is why they would use the other slaves in the first place, because again, the slaves were conditioned to work hard for longer and could beat each other without tiring. So again, the bloodlust of the galley masters outpaces their own physical limitations, but Sabatier doesn't flinch or make a sound. And that's got to be pretty emasculating, right? You're beating someone with a stick, and you tire out, and you're huffing and you're puffing and you're out of breath, and they're just looking back at you, not making a noise or a sound. It's embarrassing. And Marté continues describing this scene. He says, quote, "Then, not being able to beat him any longer as his strength failed him, he ordered Sabatier to be led back to the galley and commanded the major to give him the bastinado till he died or confessed the name of the banker," which took place immediately without any form of trial. Sabatier endured with constancy this more than barbarous treatment, and as long as the power of speech remained to him during this punishment, he continued to call upon God, praying him to grant him grace to resist even unto the death, which he was momentarily expecting, and to receive his soul in his divine mercy. Speech and motion having failed him, they still continued to stroke the utmost his poor, mangled body. End quote. Ultimately, the surgeon comes out to revive him to consciousness, but he was so weak that the surgeon thought that, quote, "they could not recommence the punishment without killing him at the first blow," end quote. So they send him to the hospital, and he hovers between life and death for long enough that they basically forget about him. But this guy was so messed up from this beating that he never really fully recovered. Quote, "He was always so sickly and weak in the head that during the few years he lived afterwards, he could not carry on the simplest conversation, and his voice was so low that he could scarcely be heard. Such is an instance of the unparalleled cruelty of these missionaries of Marseille, end quote. You got to love that sarcasm, these missionaries. The purpose was to convert them. These are Catholic, some of them clergy even, doing this. At some point after this, there was a political development that, again, we won't get into. We got enough to cover as is. We don't need to get into the politics of it. But basically, the English are given the port of Dunkirk, which was, again, the port that Marthé's galley shipped out of. And the Catholics basically try to just keep it a secret just how bad the galley slaves were being treated, because it would bring, shame on the Catholic Church and cause problems with their diplomatic relations. And so it's just best for them to veil how terrible things are. They don't do anything to actually alleviate the severity of the suffering. They don't do anything to limit that. They just try to hide it. And part of that effort was smuggling out the Protestant galley slaves so that the English wouldn't see them. They can say, "Oh yes, we do all these horrible things, but it's just Turks, right? It's just murderers and thieves and convicts, right?" They don't want them to be aware of how they're treating their fellow Protestants. And since Dunkirk was no longer a French galley port, they ship him and the other Protestants down to Paris. First, they drop him off in Calais, and him and his fellow reformed slaves have to walk to Paris. Then, from Paris, he would join the chain to Marseille. And that meant he was going to have to walk the entire length of France. And he would do it chained 2 by 2 with a heavy chain connecting everyone together. And it was winter. Right? It's just absolutely miserable. And this was common for most galley slaves. He managed to avoid the chain at first by going to Dunkirk, right? But he doesn't avoid it this time. So he arrives in Paris in November of 1712. Quote, "They made us enter the vast but gloomy dungeon appropriated to the great chain. The dreadful spectacle which here presented itself to our eyes made us shudder. I confess that, accustomed as I was to dungeons, fetters, chains, and other instruments of torture which tyranny or crime have invented, I had not strength to resist the fit of trembling which seized me, and the horror with which I was struck on beholding this fearful place." End quote. He then goes on to describe the dungeon. It's pretty bleak, but the most prominent thing is that there are these giant wood beams that run the length of the room on the floor. And they're about 3 feet apart, and they're about 2.5 feet thick. And every 2 feet along the beam, a slave is chained with a thick neck collar directly to the beam. About 500 people can be in there at a time. And the position in which they are forced to stay is it's so brutal. Quote, "There's nothing so dreadful as to behold the attitudes and postures of these wretches there chained. For a man so bound cannot lie down at full length, the beam upon which his head is fixed being too high, neither can he sit nor stand upright, the beam being too low. I cannot better describe the posture of such a man than by saying he is half lying, half sitting, part of his body being upon the stones or flooring, the other part upon this beam." End quote. I mean, sitting like that for an hour would be torture, but they would have to stay like that for months. And he says that the position, quote, "so rackled our bodies and our limbs that we could no longer survive it, especially our poor old men, who cried out every moment that they were dying and that they had no more strength to endure this terrible torture." End quote. And he puts forth a hypothetical question that you might be asking yourself right now. How can anyone survive this for 4, 5, 6 months? Quote, "To this I reply that an immense number of these unfortunates succumb under the weight of their misery, and that those who escape death through strength of constitution suffer pains of which it is impossible to give any adequate idea." End quote. And even worse still, every night, he says, the guards open the doors and come beat anyone who is moaning, groaning, or complaining with large ox bones. Now, they still had some money in their communal purse, so they pay to get removed from the beam, and they are instead chained to the wall by the foot. And his reaction to being chained by a 6-foot-long chain to a cold stone floor with no bed is pretty telling. He says, quote, "As for several years we have been accustomed to this kind of chaining, we found ourselves quite relieved. We now found our situation a very tolerable one." End quote. That's how bad this prison was. By comparison, being chained to the wall was very tolerable. And he's in this prison for a month, and then the chain leaves for Marseille. Now, the chain is 400 men chained together in pairs by a heavy 3-foot chain that has a ring in the middle. A long, thick chain is passed through all of the center rings. Before they leave, they have to read all of the sentences of the 400 men. So they're basically freezing to death because this takes hours. Then, when they start walking, they have to carry about 150 pounds of chain each, so the captain said, which makes them all sweat. Then they get to their location and are chained outside to freeze again. So they've worked up a sweat, now they're wet, and then they're left to freeze outside while they're still wet from sweat. Not only that, he describes the conditions, quote, "Here they lodged us in the stable of an inn. But alas, what a lodging. We were chained up to this stable in such a way that we could with difficulty sit down, and then only on a dung heap." He says, quote, "Such a rest was almost worse than the fatigues we had endured." End quote. But things are about to get much worse. Because that first night they take all of the slaves and line them up in a courtyard by moonlight, when there was a brutal frost and a whipping north wind, and they stripped them naked under the pretense of searching for contraband. They were then made to march to the other side of the courtyard while their belongings were searched. They were then exposed to the December wind and the cold for 2 hours, stark naked. They stole anything of value and beat anyone who protested. They were then ordered to march back to the other side. Quote, "But oh, cruel spectacle. The greater part of these unfortunates, ourselves included, were so stiffened by the piercing cold to which we had been exposed that it was impossible to walk even that short distance across to our clothes. Then blows from the cudgel and the whips rained down on all sides, and this horrible treatment not succeeding in reviving the poor frozen bodies, which were heaped one upon another, some dead, others dying. The barbarous archers dragged them by the chains round their necks like dogs, their bodies streaming with blood from the blows they received. That evening or the next morning, 18 died." End quote. He then adds that this happened 3 more times along the way, with a cold as great or even worse than this first time. This, of course, rendered many of the slaves unable to walk, and yet the chain left in the morning. Some of them rode in carts, but only after succumbing to the whippings of the officers and fainting. But even that was less than a mercy. Quote, "In order to put them in the wagons, they detached them from the great chain, dragged them by that which they had round their necks like dead cattle, and threw them upon the wagons like dogs, their naked legs hanging out so that they froze in short time, which caused indescribable torture. And worse still, those who complained and lamented at the pains they were suffering were frequently killed by repeated blows of the stick." End quote. And again, you might think to yourself, why would they be so blasé about killing their slaves? Well, they got paid 20 crowns per head that they delivered to Marseille. So why be so quick just to beat them to death? That's your paycheck, right? Inhumanity aside, you would think they would be motivated by at least that. Well, In order to contract a wagon to carry a man from Paris to Marseille, it cost 40 crowns. They got paid 20 crowns a head, but it cost 40 to cart them. So it was more profitable to simply murder the ones who couldn't make it by foot. That was life as a galley slave. Your life depended on which side of the ledger sheet your master saw you on. So it was better to walk than to risk being beaten to death so that the officer could save a bit of coin, and yet the walking was brutal too. They walked 3 or 4 leagues per day, which was around 10 miles. They slept every night, quote, in stables on dunghills. They were, quote, badly fed, and when it thawed, always up to our knees in mud, soaked through with rain, and afflicted with vermin and the itch, the consequences of this wretchedness, end quote. And when they finally get to Marseille, there's yet another account of the Catholics trying to convert them, and it's the same priests who had tried to convert them in Tournelle before the chain left. And they tempt them with, quote, worldly promises, like taking away their suffering. They ask, "Are you not weary of suffering?" And before I get to his response, I just want to ask the recurring question of this podcast, really. What would you do? After everything this guy has been through, the sufferings, the beatings, getting almost blown to pieces, living in dungeons, starving nearly to death, would you really think less of him if he said, "Enough is enough"? I mean, it feels a lot like Job. He seems to have a claim here to say, why is this happening to me? How much is too much? And what would you do? Would you say the magic words to make the pain go away? Would you double down out of stubbornness to not give them the satisfaction of winning one over to their side? Would you spit in their faces for what they've done to you? I don't know what I would do. I mean, any one of those things seems like a likely option if I'm putting myself in his shoes. You know, I might answer this question, are you not weary of suffering, with, yeah, I'm weary of it. Aren't you weary of dishing it out? Yeah, I'm not sure I'd have a very sanctified response, if I'm honest. But what does Merte do? He says, quote, "You greatly deceive yourself, sir, if you think that the sufferings weaken our faith. On the contrary, we experience what the psalmist says, that the more we suffer affliction, the more we remember God." End quote. Wow. That's powerful. That is a dependence on God that is forged in the fires of tribulation and tempered in the wake of losing every other thing that you might rely on. The Lord is their portion. These guys were living out Lamentations 3:24. "The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And let that be a lesson to us. And again, this shows that the Catholics, they just have zero argument against these Reformed Christians. The best they can do is argue from tradition with a capital T and offer them worldly respites from the very sufferings that they themselves are causing them. In fact, there's one account that is actually just kind of comical. And this was a conversation he had with a nun back in the prison in Paris. And the nun thought that these Protestants weren't Christians. And he says, quote, "Who has told you that, my good mother? We are Christians by God's mercy." She says, "What? You are? But you believe in Moses." And he's confused, and he says to her basically, "Do you not believe in Moses?" "Of course." She says, "You don't believe that Moses," or he says, "You don't believe that Moses was a great prophet?" And she says, "Me? Believe in that imposter? That false prophet who seduced so many Jews as Muhammad seduced the Turks? Oh no, thanks to the Lord, I am not guilty of such heresy. And he's just kind of like, okay, I guess. I don't know. And he says, I shrugged my shoulders at this a ridiculous speech and contented myself with telling her that it was neither the time nor the place to discuss this matter. End quote. So that's the level of theological sophistication that they were dealing with from the Catholics of the time. The nuns not even believing in Moses, thinking that he was an imposter, a false prophet. Like who knows where that even comes from, this line of thinking. But that was what they were dealing with. Things continue in Marseille. They try to force them to observe the Mass and threaten them with the bastinado if they don't, but they refuse even still. And we're going to see a similar thing take place on Knox's galley as well. But it's interesting because they're just trying to chain them to the benches in a seated position with their caps off. So really, they just want them to look like they are observing the Mass. They only care about the outward appearances. They know that if they chain a bunch of Protestants down to the benches with their hats off, that they're not going to be, they don't believe in the Mass. They're not participating in it in faith. That doesn't matter. What matters is that they look like it. Again, outward appearances. That's what they're interested in. And there's some political stuff going on in the background here too. And there's pressure from England mounting to free the Huguenots. And the clergy absolutely doesn't want that to happen. So they drag their feet and they get some Catholic convicts to pretend to be Huguenots and then convert to Catholicism. It's kind of a free ticket for them out of the galleys because they get to be Catholic converts now, even though they were already Catholic. In that way, the clergy can claim that their missionary work to the galley slaves is having an effect. See, there's converts. And that if we free all these Huguenots, well, then we're going to be losing out on the opportunity to convert them. And this is all just an obvious ruse. They don't actually care at all about their souls, and they were just straight up lying to make this happen. And Murray talks about how devious this was when he says, quote, by such infamous deceit did these missionaries endeavor to impose upon the king. How great, too, was the impiety of these impostors who thus recklessly played with religion and who sacrificed the truth to their execrable lies. But these gentlemen care for nothing, provided they can effect their pernicious designs. Impiety, falsehood, hypocrisy, cruelty, and all the most atrocious crimes are merely peccadillos to them if they are only used for the destruction of that which they call heresy, and to satiate their hatred and vengeance against their enemy, who are only such because they do not think as they do. End quote. Now this plot eventually fails, and he and half of the Huguenots are set free, and each one of them say, one after the other, that they want to be taken to Geneva. So that is how he is set free. And that should give you the idea of what galley slavery was like. And this story of Jean Martel should provide some valuable context for Knox's own experience of galley slavery and how it molded him and changed him, how it informed the rest of his life and experience. He was already kind of a brash and serious guy, but as we see him in the future engaging with royal courts and the like, just imagine a guy who was a peasant class kind of guy, who watched his best friend die for his faith, who suffered on the galleys, standing in front of these pompous royal nobles who have never worked for anything or suffered anything. They would have looked down on him for his low birth, but he probably would have rolled his eyes at them and looked down on them for their softness, their naivety, and their lack of real-world experience. And everyone who knew Knox was a galley slave would have known that he suffered something truly unimaginable. And there was a sort of public consciousness surrounding galley slavery at the time. In North America, picking cotton has become nearly coterminous with slavery, right? That's the image that we get. But as Davis puts it, quote, it was the galleys that came to epitomize slavery for white Europeans. And he quotes a Portuguese slave who said, quote, "According to the captives in Algiers, if one had not been a galleado, a galley slave, he could not say that he has been a slave. And this is quite true." And, quote, "It is a pity without compare to see the poor Christian captives forced by great crippling blows and by sticks to play the oars. Of all the evils that the poor captives are forced to endure, the worst, without doubt, is that which they suffer in the galleys," end quote. And we see in fiction also galleys being pointed to as the worst possible fate that someone could befall. Cervantes wrote Don Quixote in 1605, and there is a whole chapter where galley slaves feature prominently. In fact, Cervantes was himself wounded at the Battle of Lepanto. Remember that great battle where the Turkish Empire crashed against the rock. The largest galley battle in history. Cervantes was there, wounded, serving on a galley. And then later he was captured and enslaved on a Barbary galley for 5 years. He was a galley slave. And in the 5 years that he was a slave, he would have seen true horrors. And as his time as a slave definitely informed the themes of Don Quixote, a naive chivalry running into the rocks of a gritty and cynical, we can call it fallen, world. And the chapter where galley slavery comes up is probably one of the clearest examples of that challenge to the romanticized view of knighthood that is kind of the whole point of Don Quixote. Again, it's idealism clashing with cynicism. And Cervantes knew what it was to be a heroic figure fighting for king and country at Lepanto. He also knew what it was like after the battle was over, when he was captured and made to sit in his own excrement rowing for Muslim slave masters for 5 years, half a decade. And then the chapter titled The Galley Slaves, Don Quixote comes across a group of slaves being marched through the countryside by royal soldiers, and he perceives that some injustice is being perpetrated. So he intervenes. Each prisoner is questioned, and they all tell the tale of how they befell this fate. Each one claiming his innocence while potentially also actually being guilty. Don Quixote's idealism overrides his common sense, and he frees the slaves. They then turn on him and beat him and rob him and leave him bruised, humiliated, and disillusioned. Now, what was Cervantes trying to say in this chapter? Because he definitely isn't saying that every galley slave deserved his fate, that they're all scum, obviously, right? He was a galley slave. But he is saying that not all suffering is unjust and not all convicts are victims. There's also the likelihood that these slaves, even if they were innocent, have been hardened and jaded by life in the galleys. They may have started out as innocent figures, but they become the criminals that they were being treated as. And there's another book that features galley slavery pretty prominently, and it's a much lesser known book. I mean, the thing doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. There's no plot summaries on the internet even. If you want to know the plot, you have to read it. It's called A la Montada, the Galley Slave. It was written by Johann Heinrich Daniel Jacques in 1802. It's a philosophical novel, so it's pretty light on plot points. It's really just a vehicle for Jacques to espouse his philosophy. And to summarize, the plot is that a group of friends get together in the Alps to discuss nature and happiness and faith, so on and so forth. And galley slavery was technically still happening at this time, but it was really the tail end of it. So it was in the public consciousness still, but more as a relic of times quickly going by. And the story centers around one of the friends by the name of Abbe Dillon recounting a relationship that he had with an elderly galley slave, a la Montada, who had suffered at the oars for almost 30 years. And Dillon brings up a la Montada because the friends were having a dispute about the nature of contentment and peace of mind, serenity. And one of the claims that, quote, Mother Nature brings contentment. That's the claim. And that enjoying the world's beauty brings peace of mind. And Dillon challenges that and calls it complacent. he says that another foundation is needed. To support this point, he tells the story of Alimentada. And we don't need to get into the weeds of what Alimentada's philosophy is, but it's basically Enlightenment-influenced Stoicism with kind of a veneer of Christian imagery draped over it. Right? He talks about personal religion and says that truth comes from within, that God is in each of us. But what is important is that the peace of mind, serenity, contentment, it comes from insight and inner strength, not reliance on an external stimuli. Abbe Dylan's point is that if you just rely on reflecting on the beauty of nature, you will be undone by life's trials. And he appeals to Alimentada because Alimentada, despite his decades of suffering, was this serene figure, perfectly content, though facing death after a life of pain. And Dylan is struck by his dignity, his inner calm, his innocence. And in his conversations with Alimentada, he sees a man defined by a sort of stoic peace. Now, this narrative only works because of the suffering associated with galley slavery. If he wasn't a galley slave, then Alimentada is just some guy. The story completely loses its power, and the philosophical message goes completely bankrupt. The extremity of galley slavery is absolutely key. Jacques didn't just choose some moderate hardship for his titular character. He chose the most dehumanizing, physically punishing, and prolonged form of suffering imaginable. And that is not a coincidence. It's meant to strip away all external comforts or supports that could otherwise be credited for a person's happiness. Alimentada's only foundation is that internal strength. Of course, we know that internal strength is always going to be fleeting and that we ought to rely on the spirit, but that's not the point here. Jacques' point is that maintaining serenity, gratitude, and spiritual joy while being chained, starved, beaten, and subjected to back-breaking labor under the lash is impossible without that internal fortitude. Alimentada's peace couldn't have come from status, freedom, or external goods because he had none. And the philosophy and the tone of Don Quixote and Alimentada, they couldn't be further apart, really. Cervantes uses galley slavery to undermine romanticized notions of heroism. Jacques uses galley slavery to uphold the idea that spiritual integrity and joy can exist even in the lowest possible conditions. Don Quixote is satirical, ironic, even comedic and funny, while Alimentada is serious, it's spiritual, it's reflective. Cervantes wants us not to be fooled by appearances of virtue, while Jacques urges us to cultivate inner virtue regardless of appearances. Don Quixote is disillusioned by the galley slaves, while Abbe Dylan is inspired and converted even by the galley slave to his own form of personal religion. And for Cervantes, the galley slaves are a sort of a morally complex and unsympathetic group. Don Quixote's encounter with the galley slaves emphasizes the folly of attempting to impose these chivalric ideals on an imperfect world. But Jacques, on the other hand, uses Alimentada's suffering to highlight the transcendence of the soul over physical torment. Alimentada's unwavering faith amidst unimaginable suffering serves as a moral and spiritual ideal, showing that even in the most degrading circumstances, inner freedom and joy can be found through a connection to the divine, abstract as that concept may be in Jacques' philosophy. But what they both have in common, though, is that they are narratives contemporary to the time of galley slavery that only work under the presupposition that galley slavery is the worst possible thing that could ever happen to you. Neither of these narratives would work without that key point. Galley slavery is synonymous with misery, anguish, torment, and despair. And that is what Knox would have experienced. That sets the table for the rest of his life and ministry. what can we know about Knox's time in the galleys? Again, he didn't write much about it, just a few lines here and there in letters and some paragraphs in his history. But even in his history, he's writing about it with some distance, as a historian. His goal is to communicate the events that took place as they relate to the history of the Reformation in Scotland, not to garner sympathy for himself or to focus on himself at all. And it feels kind of like that generation of men who fought in World War II and just never spoke about it. My own grandfather fought in the Pacific and saw some pretty horrible stuff, but the only stories that we know in our family of this come from his brother. Right? He wouldn't talk about it. And I think Knox is kind of like that. He relays some stories, but he's not about to tell story after story of his own personal trauma. That's just not the cloth from which he is cut. But as I mentioned at the beginning, he was brought with the Castilians to France by Leon Strozzi, and they had hoped that they were going to be released on French soil. Banished from Scotland, sure, but free. In fact, Knox claims that they had assurances from the King of France that that would be the case. So that's what seemed like what was going to happen as the galleys arrived at Fécamp near Dieppe. But the galleys then sailed on to Rouen, which was, with Dunkirk, a major galley port in the north for France, where there were bagnios for the slaves. In the winter, they would have then gone to Nantes, but for the summer months, they sailed out of Rouen to patrol the French Atlantic coast. So as they realized that they were going to Rouen, they realized that they were in deep, deep trouble, and that their hopes for freedom had slipped between their fingers. And it was actually the Pope who got involved to sway the French king to renege on the assurances that were given to the Scots. So there was a sort of political dimension to the situation. And Knox, he describes that situation when he says, quote, "The Pope wrote letters to the King of France, and so did he to the Governor of Scotland, thanking him heartily for taking pains to revenge the death of his kind creature, the Cardinal of Scotland, desiring them to continue in the begun severity, that such things thereafter should not be attempted. So were all those that were reprehended in the castle condemned to perpetual prison, and the ungodly judged, that after this Jesus Christ should never triumph in Scotland." End quote. And he includes this little story with his usual wry humor. And he says, quote, "From Scotland was sent a famous clerk, laugh not, reader, M. John Hamilton of Milburn, with credit to the King of Scotland and to the Cardinal of Lorraine, and yet he had neither French nor Latin, and some say his Scottish tongue was not very good either. The sum of his negotiation was that those of the castle should be sharply handled, in the which suit he was heard with favor and was dispatched from the court of France with letters and great credit, which that famous clerk forgave, by the way. For passing up to the mountain of Dumbarton, before his letters were delivered, he broke his neck, and so God took away a proud, ignorant enemy. But now to our history," end quote. So he's laying out how there are these political players that are striving to worsen the situation for the Castilians, and yet, from his perspective, God is providentially taking care of them in small ways, like in this guy falling and breaking his neck before he could deliver orders to worsen their situation. But he continues on, quote, "These things against promise, for princes have no fidelity further than for their own advantage. Done at Rouen, the galleys departed to Nantes in Brittany, where upon the waters of Loire they lay the whole winter. In Scotland that summer was nothing but mirth, for all went with the priests even at their own displeasure." End quote. So Knox is saying that there was an intentional deception, or a broken promise, that the Castilians were supposed to have gone free, banished from Scotland, but free. Instead, because of the meddling of the Catholics, they were forced into imprisonment and slavery. But the galleys didn't stay at Rouen or simply patrol the coast. They also went over to Scotland to fight against the English rough wooings. So as a Scottish galley slave on a French ship in Scotland, he would have looked out his window and seen familiar sights. Edinburgh, St. Andrews, so on. He would have seen his home but not been able to go there. His floating prison would have tantalized him with the homeland that meant so much to him, while he had no reason to believe that he would ever feel its soil beneath his feet again. On top of all the physical sufferings that we know was a part and a part and parcel of his life as a galley slave, Knox would have undergone mental and spiritual suffering as well. We've heard how the French Catholic captains and guards would try to compel observance of the Mass and try to make them venerate icons of Mary and things like that, and it was no different for Knox. But the Scots were stubborn and refused to obey. The Catholics, the French, they would observe Mass on the galleys, and the Scots, and presumably the Huguenots among them, would keep their hats on, slouch in their seats, or even lay down during the Mass to symbol their lack of participation, their protest of the Mass. And Knox was a figure of leadership of this Protestant attitude. The Scots at the oars looked to him as a figure that emboldened their disobedience. And there's a story that he relays, again, told from a third-person perspective, but we know it's Knox. Everybody acknowledges that. Soon after they arrived in Nantes, the captains were trying to convert them and get them to venerate these icons of Mary. And Knox describes these attempts like this. He said, quote, "Those that were in the galleys were threatened with torments if they did not give reverence to the Mass. For at certain times the Mass was said in the galleys, or else heard by upon the shore in presence of the foresailers. But they could never make the poorest of that company to give reverence to that idol. Yea, when upon the Saturday at night they sung their Salve Regina, all the Scottish men put on their caps, their hoods, or such things as they could to cover their heads. And when the others were compelled to kiss a painted board, which they called Notre Dame, they were not pressed after once, for this was the chance. Soon after their arrival at Nantes, their grave salve was sung, and a glorious painted lady was brought to be kissed." That painted lady, that's a painted statue of the Virgin Mary, an idol. Continuing, "And amongst others was presented to one of the Scottish men then chained," that Scottish man that's chained, that's Knox. "He gently said, 'Trouble me not, such a jewel is accursed, and therefore I will not touch it.' The patron and the arguiser, with two officers having the chief charge of all such matters, said, 'Thou shalt handle it.' And so they violently thrust to his face and put it betwixt his hands. Who, seeing the extremity, took the idol, and advisedly looking around him, he cast it into the river, and said, 'Let Our Lady now save herself. She is light enough. Let her learn to swim.' And after that, no Scottish man was urged with that idolatry." End quote. And that, to me, is a huge window into the type of guy that Knox was. He's a natural-born leader. He stands up and does what others won't, what they're too scared to do. He's not afraid of the consequences, or at least he's not cowed by them. And he believes this stuff with his whole heart, and he's willing to say it with his chest. And not only that, he must have had some serious gravitas about him too. We're talking about a guy who was a slave, striking fear into his masters. He took a huge risk on behalf of his people. The Scots on that boat, the Castilians, were looking to their pastor. What should we do? How should we handle this? And their pastor stands up and throws the idol overboard. And in doing so, he's signaling to his congregation, his people, he's saying, we're going to be bold. We're going to be strong and courageous, and we'll take whatever punishment they can throw at us, but we will not waver on matters of faith. We will not turn our backs on our God. We will not give them an inch. But it was also strategically brilliant, right? To translate what he said to them when he said, she's light enough, let her learn to swim. Well, to start with, he calls the Virgin Mary statue a cursed idol. So that's something. But then he's saying, you guys think this thing is special? You think the Virgin Mary has power? Well, if it has power, then let it swim. And in doing that, he's basically telling them, sure, bring down all your idols one by one, and I'll throw them in the sea where they belong to. So they realize that they can't force them. So they stop trying. And his leadership doesn't end there either. Practically the entire time he was on the galleys, the Scottish Reformed diaspora was looking to him, a lowly galley slave, as their leader. Henry Balnaves was in the palace at Rouen, since he was a man of stature, And the French there immediately recognized that he was a scholar and a noble, that he had experience at court, and they were trying almost desperately to convert him so they could make better use of him. And he was too impressive of a guy to squander in imprisonment, right? And remember, this is the guy who served on the court of King James V of Scotland before switching over to the Castilians, right? So he's got chops. And Knox describes these attempts. He says, quote, Henry Balnaves, who was in the castle of Rouen, was most sharply assaulted of all. For because he was judged learned, as he was and is indeed, therefore learned men were appointed to travail with him, with whom he had many conflicts, but God so ever assisted him that they departed confounded. And he, by the power of God's Spirit, remained consistent in the truth, and professing of the same, without any wavering or declining to idolatry. In the prison he wrote a comfortable treatise of justification, and of the works and conversion of a man justified, which is extant to this day. End quote. So they're trying to convert him, and he is debating them constantly, which is probably no easy task when you have multiple interlocutors, no prep, no books to consult, and no backup. And as Knox says, he basically writes a small book on justification while he's undergoing this trial. And he probably does that so that he can get his thoughts straight and in order and can have something to consult when he's having these arguments. Don't have any theology books? No problem. Just write them, which is crazy, but that's what he does. And the reason I'm recounting the story is because during this process, Balnaves is in Rouen, and so is Knox. Balnaves is in the palace, and Knox is in the port. And I'm sure that they figure out that they are in the same place, and in Balnaves, he arranges for a manuscript of this document, this book that he's writing, to be smuggled into Knox's bagnio. And Knox, while in prison as a galley slave, edits Balnaves' work on justification. So even while they're both enslaved, Balnaves is looking to Knox as the guy to go to in order to make sure that his work is clean, theologically square, and appropriate for dissemination. Knox makes some changes, but he really likes what Balnaves produced, so much so that he not only edits it, but he writes a chapter-by-chapter summary of the work, along with a letter, and he has it sent to what's left of his scattered congregation in St. Andrews. So even while he's suffering at the oars, he's thinking of his flock. He's concerned with shepherding his people, and he's leading the Scottish Reformation even while both he and it are at their absolute lowest points. Despite everything, he was faithful to his calling. And what's amazing is that the letter to the congregation of St. Andrews, the summary of Balnaves' work, and the edited versions of Balnaves' work, they all survived, and you can read them. And this is actually really the first thing that Knox ever wrote for public consumption. He wrote sermons, and he wrote notes for John Ruff's debates and things like that, but these are really his first published works. And even in a vacuum, these are great reads, but knowing the context in which he wrote them makes it just astonishing. I mean, listen to the way that he starts his letter. He says, quote, "Blessed be God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, whose infinite goodness and incomprehensible wisdom in every age so frustrates the purpose and taketh of none effect the sleight of Satan, that the same things which appeared to be extreme destruction to the just and damage to the small flock of Jesus Christ, beyond all men's expectations, yea, and Satan himself, by the mercy of our God, are turned to laud, praise, and glory of his own name, utility and singular profit of his congregation, and to the pleasure, comfort, and advancement of them that suffer. How the name of the only living God hath been magnified in all ages by them which were sore troubled by persecution of tyrants, exiled from their own country, long were to rehearse." End quote. I mean, come on. When it comes to peaceful inner strength and resolve in the face of intense suffering, this blows Alamontata out of the water. And it's real. It's a real story. It's not some fabricated narrative to bolster an abstract philosophy of Enlightenment stoicism or whatever. It's real. And he continues by summarizing figures in Scripture who were troubled, persecuted, exiled. He talks about Joseph, Abraham, Moses, Daniel, Stephen, and the apostles, and he relates his and the congregation's suffering to these biblical examples. Quote, "Of these and other testimonies of Scripture we may consider, dearly beloved brethren, that the infinite goodness of our Father turned the same things whereby Satan and his members intend to destroy or oppose the true religion of God to the advancement and forthsetting thereof. And that no less in these latter wicked and dangerous days than he did in any age before us, the counsel of Satan and the persecution of us, first, was to stop the wholesome wind of Christ's gospel to blow upon the parts where we converse and dwell. And secondly, so as to oppress ourselves by corporal affliction and worldly calamities. But by the great mercy and infinite goodness of our God and Father, shall these his counsels be frustrated in vain. For in despite of him and all his wicked members, shall yet that same word, O Lord, this I speak, confiding in thy holy promise, openly proclaimed to that same country." End quote. And you can see from this that Knox really views he views a real continuity, not only between Israel in the Old Testament and the church in the New Testament, or that's just assumed, but a continuity that extends all the way from the Old Testament people of God through to the church in his own time. He's identifying his congregation in St. Andrews as God's chosen people. And he's using that to comfort them in the midst of their suffering and his own. Right, the logic is that God preserved and protected his people then, and he will no less do so now, so long as they retain their faith in him. You can also see clear as day that Knox does not view his struggle to be merely against the flesh and blood of the French and the Scottish kingdoms and the papacy. No, his conflict is cosmic in scope. It is Satan that is intending to destroy and oppose the advancement of the gospel that Knox was seeking in Scotland. And by the transitive property, the French, the Pope, they are agents of Satan working on his behalf. Antichrists. For Knox, you can't expect to fight these powers and not be affected by them. And Geddes McGregor describes this dynamic in Knox's life like this. He says, quote, "Those who, like himself, would purify a land so deeply sunk in rottenness, those who would liberate a people so chained hand, foot, and neck to a system that had virtually turned the land of the proud victors of the old War of Independence into a papal protectorate. Such men, God's tools, must recognize the weight of the wickedness that confronted them and meet its devilish agents on their own ground. In the warfare against the devil in whose clutches lay the land he loved, the soldier of God had to tramp through the devil's mire, and he could hardly escape a bespattering of the mud of battle." End quote. And there are a few more things that we can glean from this letter. It provides one of the few occasions where Knox describes his suffering in the galleys. He says, quote, "And how that our merciful Father, amongst these tempestuous storms, by all men's expectations, he hath provided some rest for us, as this present work shall testify, which was sent to me in ruin, lying in irons, and sore troubled by corporal infirmity, in the galley named Nostradam." End quote. And he explains from there that he had read this work from Bolognese, provided some edits and notes in the margins, and summarized each chapter for them. And so far, reading this, it might seem a bit out of character for the bold and brash Knox. Right? It's hopeful, but it's tender. And like I went to great lengths to point out in the first episode of this series, Knox was very much capable of tenderness. You know, he wasn't in a constant state of agitation, bristling with anger and tension all the time. No, he could be compassionate and reflective. But at this point in the letter, he turns, and we see the bravado that he's known for start to show through. He says, quote, "And now we have not the castle of St. Andrews to be our defense, as some of our enemies falsely accused us, saying, if we wanted of our walls, we would not speak so boldly. But we pray the eternal God that the same affection which now and then remained in us remain with them eternally. The Lord shall judge if all which we spake was not of pure heart, having no respect either to love or hatred of any person, but only to the word of God and verity of his scriptures, as we must answer in the great day of the Lord, where no man shall have place to disassemble. But blessed be that Lord, whose infinite goodness and wisdom hath taken from us the occasion of that slander, and hath shown us that the serpent hath power only to sting the heel, that is, to molest and trouble the flesh, but not to move the spirit from constant adhering to Jesus Christ, nor public professing of his true word. End quote. Right, there's the Knox we know and love. He's saying, people said that we were only so bold because we were safely behind the walls of a well-defended castle. Well, here I am, in chains, on a galley. But have I changed my tune? Absolutely not. They can't shut me up. In fact, I thank God that he took away those walls because it's proving those people to be slanderers. Right? He's giving thanks to God for proving that their only comfort is in him, and that the enemy has no power to take away their testimony, and that the devil cannot stop the proclamation of the gospel. It's just awesome. He gets even more vehement against their enemies, but before he goes on, he takes a moment to pray for and encourage his congregation to endure the sufferings and cling to Christ. He reminds them that their sufferings are temporary, but their glory will be everlasting. And it hits a little different knowing that he himself is probably suffering worse than any of them. Right? That is a pastor. He's not giving out platitudes and saying, well, that sounds really hard, I'll pray for you. No, he's in the trenches, in the thick of it. He's leading from the front lines. He's bloodied, beaten, and bruised, but he's not cowed. And he turns his attention back to the enemies of the gospel that are perpetrating this suffering upon the chosen people of God and relates them to the evil ones in Isaiah 59. He says, quote, as for the ungodly, because their works are wicked, they might not abide the light. And therefore they abhor all godly writing, thinking them tedious, though they contain not the length of the Lord's prayer. But according to the threatening of Isaiah the prophet, saying, because they condemn the law of the Lord God, he shall condemn them. Their hearts shall be insured in the day of anguish and trouble. They shall despair and curse the Lord God in their hearts. They shall be numbered to the sword, and in the slaughter shall they fall. Then shall they know their works are vain, and that they place their refuge in lies. Their vestments of spider webs, which are their vain works, shall not abide the force of the Lord's wind. But they shall stand naked, and the works of iniquity in their hands to their extreme confusion, and this shall apprehend and overtake them, because they call light darkness and darkness light, seeking salvation where none was to be found. End quote. So yeah, he gives thanks to God for his suffering, but he's still got plenty of venom for those villains who are causing it to him and to his people. And we also know that he was considered to be a leader of the Scott exiled Protestants because at one point William Kirkaldry, Peter Carmichael, and Robert and William Leslie send him a letter asking if they could escape from their imprisonment. And you might remember that they were some of the nobles that led the Castilians from the very beginning. Right? The Leslie brothers were a part of the initial taking of the castle of St. Andrews and the killing of Cardinal Beaton. And so they were nobles, and since they were nobles, they were imprisoned in castles and probably had a bit more leeway or freedom of movement. But they were asking Knox, hey, can we in good conscience flee from our captivity? Can we escape? And they were worried that if they weren't successful, or if they were successful, that their fellow countrymen might suffer more because of it. And Knox basically says, don't worry about that. If you see an opportunity, you should absolutely take it. But just make sure that you don't kill anyone in your escape. So they end up escaping. And they decided to act on the night of Epiphany when the castle would be partying and most of the people would be drunk. And they enlisted the help of a boy in the house, and they subdued and tied up the guards and locked them in different rooms. And they stole the keys off the captain who was drunk and escaped across the causeway that connected the castle to the shore. And this just amazes me because you think of these guys are like special forces, black ops. They took a whole castle and now they're hatching this elaborate scheme to escape their their captivity. These guys are pretty awesome. But they get away, and they have no money. And they knew that when the castle figured out what happened, that there would be like a huge manhunt for them. So they all split up. And the Leslie brothers, they went north to Rouen to try to link up with some Scottish merchants. And Carmichael and Kirkaldry went west to Le Conquet, also hoping to hail a Scottish ship. And they basically dressed and lived as beggars while trying to find passage home. And it took them 13 weeks to find a vessel that met their needs and was safe enough for them to take. And they landed on the west coast of Scotland, but Scotland wasn't exactly safe either, so they had to quickly make their way south to England. But all of this was only done once they had the permission of Knox. So even the nobles, the politically connected, the leaders of the Castilians from day one would only act on the okay of Knox, who was a peasant and a galley slave. That is crazy. It's important to know that Knox ended his letter to the church in St. Andrews with a prayer that the congregation would read the work with diligence and humility. But we went through all of that to see a prime example of how even in chains, he's still a pastor and a leader. He's a bivocational pastor, but his second vocation just so happens to be slavery. And he's really the singular leader of the Scottish Reformed Church, even in exile. And in the letter, he is praying that he will one day be able to join them in person to lift their voices to God together. And all through his exile, he never really gives up that hope. And during the summer, on his second trip to Scotland on the galleys, Knox was incredibly sick, to the point that everyone thought he was dying. We don't know what the occasion of this illness or this weakness exactly was. It very well could be, given his brashness, that he suffered some egregious punishment like the bastinado. Now, we don't have any direct evidence of this, but it's well within the realm of possibility. He certainly was the kind of guy who refused to hold his tongue, who cowed to no one. And he was probably a very recognizable leader of the Protestants on the Notre Dame. And he's also the kind of man who would put himself between his people and danger. That's what shepherds do. So if anyone was going to get bastinadoed, it's probably Knox. But we don't know exactly what happened. It could have been that. It could have been, an infection from a wound or from sores on his manacled wrists, from the regular whippings, exhaustion, exposure, or really any of the hazards that came with the territory of life in the galleys. But whatever the reason for his decline in health might have been, his galley was in the waters between Dundee and St. Andrews. His friend and benchmate, James Balfour, was trying to raise his spirits, and he came to him and raised him up from his laying position so that he could see the shoreline. And he asked him if he recognized where he is. And Knox looks up and sees the distinctive outline of the dual church towers of the Cathedral of St. Salvator's and Holy Trinity at St. Andrews. And Knox, though his voice was probably quavering, says with confidence, "Yes, I know it well. For I see the steeple of that place where God first in public opened my mouth to his glory, and I am fully persuaded that I shall not depart this life till that my tongue shall glorify his godly name in the same place." End quote. And this seems like just an incredibly intimate moment. Balfour comes to him and he's holding him in his lap and he's saying something like, "John, look where we are. Do you see? It's your church, John. We're home." And it gives me chills just thinking about it, and I've thought about this a lot. And for all Balfour knew, he was just trying to give a bit of comfort to a dying man. But Knox says basically, "Yeah, I see it. I know it well. Because that's where I was called to preach the gospel to the glory of God, and I will not die before I preach there again. I refuse." I've gone to great lengths to show how life in the galleys was designed, built, and used to break people's wills, their spirits, their bodies. But even on death's door, Knox's spirit was never broken. He trusted that the Lord would bring him through and that his gospel would be proclaimed in Scotland again. On a more lighthearted note, his implacable spirit was on display in the first trip his galley took to Scotland. The French assembled a large fleet to assist the Scots against the English, and it included the Notre Dame, Knox's galley. And the fleet hoisted Scottish flags and set sail. And they arrived at the Firth of Forth in Edinburgh, but one of the major ships of the fleet was lost as it ran aground between Inchholm and Cramond, not far actually from Longniddry. It was a clear and calm day, so it was really purely a result of the crew's negligence. And the ship's name was the Cardinal. And Knox saw the whole thing happen. And being a guy who loves a good joke and some wordplay, said, quote, "Scotland can bear no cardinals." I mean, it just doesn't get much better than that. That joke at the French's expense was, if you can't tell, a reference to the assassination of Cardinal Beaton. So Knox, enslaved with all the Castilians on the Notre Dame, sees the ship named the Cardinal sink and turns and basically, to paraphrase, says, "Well, boys, we got another one. Scotland has a knack for taking out cardinals." It's just great. And Knox's expectation would have been, or maybe should have been, that he was going to be a galley slave for life. That was going to be his lot. Perpetual imprisonment and slavery in the galleys. But like I mentioned, he had hope that he would be free and that he would one day thunder forth the gospel from the pulpit of Holy Trinity Church again. And there was political maneuvering going on in the background as the English and the French-Scottish alliance negotiated. Henry VIII was dead and King Edward was too young to lead, so Lord Protector Somerset was in charge. And Henry's goal was originally for Edward, his son, to be married to Mary, James V's daughter. So he was trying to get his son to marry his great niece. Now, I mean, don't think too hard about that. That's a different time, but that's what was happening. But Somerset is still trying to ensure that the Treaty of Greenwich, that's the treaty that promised Mary to Edward, was going to be enacted. And the French, having taken the castle at St. Andrews, have a foothold, but the English had their own military plans. In September of 1547, just after the fall of the Castilians, Somerset crosses into Scotland with an army of about 12,000 men, supported by a fleet off the coast. Again, he claims he's merely trying to enforce the Treaty of Greenwich, but the governor and the Scots decide to fight. They meet English forces at Pinkie Clough in Lothian and are pretty much decimated. The English then proceed on to Leith and sack the city before returning to English territory. But that wasn't the end. They came back and took a bunch of territory, and they weren't gentle about it. These were the rough wooings. And most people say that the rough wooings were foolish, wrong-headed, short-sighted. And that's probably right. I mentioned last episode that burning Edinburgh was probably not the best way to engender support for the English in Scotland. But there was a treaty that was violated, and the French were meddling, so the English probably felt that they didn't have much choice in the matter. They can't just let the French take control of their neighbor to the north and violate established treaties, right? That's a provocation that just can't stand. But again, they really just solidified the Scottish-French alliance even further. And the Scots seek aid from the French, which they were happy to provide. And of course, there were still pockets of Protestants in Scotland, and they were seeking the benefit of the English, but it was widely recognized that by them that, quote, the great need was for effective preachers and good books, which would do more good than fire or sword. That's from Reed's biography. And in Lothian, which is further south, some familiar figures are basically operating as agents of the English. Cockburn of Ormiston, Crichton of Brunstane, and Douglas of Longniddry were all assured to the English. And if you remember from episodes 1 and 2, those were the Protestant lairds that Knox was associated with, whose children he tutored. The big exception, however, was the Earl of Bothwell. The the guy who teamed up with David Beaton to have George Wishart arrested and ultimately executed. Knox's family had served under and fought for the Bothwells for generations, so he tends to be a bit hesitant to critique Bothwell. Instead of attributing malice to him, he says that he's really just kind of a weak man who doesn't have the guts to make a stand. He even calls him effeminate. And Bothwell tries to play both sides against each other, and he's flip-flopping back and forth trying to get better conditions. But either way, it's looking like the English are soon going to control all of Scotland. The French, realizing this, decided to send support to the Scots, even though they weren't formally at war with the English. The French meet with Mary de Guise and the governor, and they ratify an agreement to send the young Mary, Queen of Scots, to France and betroth her to Francis the Dauphin. She was then promptly sent over to France. And this was really a French trump card that just nullified all of the English advancements in Scotland. So you would think that that's that, right? Case closed. The French, they outfoxed the English and the conflict was over. Well, no. The English were furious. So they set out in every direction, pillaging and punishing the Scots. The French, with the marriage of the Scottish queen secured, basically viewed Scotland as a colony and treated them as such with heavy taxes and basically made the Scots out to be servants to the French. So much so that it occasioned heavy rioting and fighting. So, as per usual, the English and the French meddling brought about chaos in Scotland. And this is a theme that has repeated over the centuries and would continue pretty much until the Union of Crowns under James VI, Mary Queen of Scots' son and grandson of James V, when he inherited the English crown from Queen Elizabeth I and became James I. That was in 1603. But in all of this chaos, there's a glimmer of hope for the Castilian galley slaves and for Knox. See, Somerset claims that the Castilians were actually English subjects. And he kind of has a point there because there were active talks between them and the English while they were in the castle. Norman Leslie and Henry Balnaves had gone back and forth trying to seal an alliance. So because they were unjustly taken prisoner by the French, and that the French had no right to hold them because remember they weren't prisoners of war, nor were they condemned heretics. So because of that, he says that they can take French prisoners if they want, and they do. And he even threatens to have all French prisoners strangled unless the Castilians are given better treatment. And neither side really budges though, and they're kind of at a standstill. And eventually, much later in 1550, Mary de Guise orders all of the Castilians to be released. And that sounds pretty surprising because she was the one who conferred with the French to have them taken captive in the first place. But she was planning on supplanting the governor of Scotland, that's Arran, and she's gearing up for this political feud she's about to set off. And she thought that if she was instrumental in securing their release, that they might support her over the governor. Now, I'm not sure that they would have forgotten that they suffered all of that on her account in the first place, right? She sent them to the galleys and now is saying, aren't you so happy I got you out of the galleys? I don't think they would view it the same way. But they were free. And Knox was actually released before that sort of sweeping clemency from Mary de Guise. He was actually picked out specifically for release by the English. They saw him as important enough to make specific demands for his release. They heard about him and said, that's a man that we can use. So Knox is released. His living nightmare was finally over. But like I mentioned, and as we'll see, he carried the scars with him during the rest of his life and ministry. Geddes McGregor sums it up this way. Knox's spirit was not broken. It was hardened. There can be little doubt that his captivity contributed to the making of those stubborn qualities in him that can especially shock and repel those who have been spared hardship. It probably made him a louder trumpet for God, certainly not a sweeter one. and it was perhaps sweetness more than any other quality that Knox lacked." End quote. And so Knox, you might be wondering, what now? He probably can't go to Scotland. He's going to be a marked wanted man there. So what's he going to do? Well, he was liberated from his servitude by the English, and the English gave him a job to do, a paying job as a preacher. But the England that he entered was not the Protestant haven that many had thought it was. Under Henry VIII, things were a bit volatile. In the 1520s, he persecuted the Lutherans, but then he softened and started to approve of the reformers. At that time, the Lutheran exiles, most of whom had actually come under the guidance of Zwingli and Butzer during their exile, returned and were greeted by Cromwell, the pro-Protestant chancellor. But that didn't last long because Cromwell dies and the 6 Articles are passed in 1539, which enforce a strict adherence to 6 traditional Catholic practices. The first was transubstantiation, the second, bread-only communion, the third, clerical celibacy, the fourth, vows of chastity, 5 was private masses where only the priests partake, and 6 were auricular confession, which is confession to a priest. So the Pope had no reign in England, but Knox was right to point out back in St. Andrews that the English Reformation was no real Reformation, at least not yet. When these 6 articles were passed, many English reformers fled to the continent like John Hooper, and some stayed in England like Cranmer and Hugh Latimer. But they were largely silenced and marginalized. But when Henry dies and his son Edward takes over, things change yet again. Edward is Protestant, but he's young, and his father left him with a council that was roughly split half and half with Church of England Catholics and Protestants. But it quickly became clear that the Protestants had the edge because Edward's uncle, Edward Seymour, was the Earl of Hertford, and he became the Lord Protector, the Duke of Somerset, i.e. Protector Somerset. Now, this all happened while the Castilians still had the St. Andrew's Castle, and it threw a wrench in the works of their negotiations there. But I say that all because things were complicated in England. The Reformation was possible there, but it was far from set in stone. And Somerset and Cranmer were both on Edward's council, and they were really the only ones on the council who had any strong opinions about church reform. So it was split 50-50, but they kind of had the edge. And they were in charge, and they had the support of even radical reformers like Hooper. And even though Somerset was more apt to take the slow play, and he didn't want to rock the boat too much. But even still, you had Cranmer as the head of the church, and Somerset as the head of the state, and both were idealistic Protestants. So by 1547, things are looking good for real reform in England. Cranmer's Book of Homilies is published in that year, and clergy are ordered to read it publicly, as well as remove the Catholic ceremonial elements of the Eucharist. The Book of Common Prayer then was introduced by Parliament in the fall of 1548, and it was a step in the right direction, as much as Knox would disapprove of it later. And things were moving so quickly towards the Reformed position that some traditionalists were even imprisoned for their resistance. So the Protestant direction of England was taking form in a stronger and clearer way than ever before. But that doesn't mean that everything's hunky-dory, right? The fight wasn't exclusively between Catholics and Protestants. There was also, unfortunately, a lot of infighting within the Protestant camp. And Reed describes the inter-Protestant squabbles this way. He says, quote, "Conflict came from within Protestant ranks themselves, between what one might call the Continentals, led by John Hooper, Bartholomew Treheran, and others who had spent time in Zurich and or Geneva, on the one side, and the Little Englanders, the current establishment, led by Cranmer, Ridley, Sir William Cecil, and their supporters on the other." End quote. And the Continentals were the radical contingent of Protestants who basically wanted to transplant Zwingli, Butzer's Zurich and Calvin's Geneva directly into London as soon as possible. They weren't interested in taking their time or making incremental steps. They wanted to step on the gas and ignore the brakes. And to make matters worse, this continental versus establishment divide among England's Protestants also took social, or what we would call political, dimensions. So this was the England that Knox was walking into, and that's not even to mention the ongoing rough wooing war with Scotland and, by extension, France that was happening. Right. And Reed describes Knox's entrance onto the scene this way. He says, quote, "When Knox landed in England, therefore, he found a country that was sorely divided within itself. Roman Catholic opposed Protestant innovation, while at the same time Protestants carried on an internal battle amongst themselves over the character of the Reformation. This was in turn further complicated by a cleavage over social and economic issues that led eventually to a political coup d'etat which cost Somerset his head." Yeah, it was a mess. But up until now, Knox has never ministered in a situation that wasn't a mess, which is probably why Somerset wanted him. Somerset's regime needed pastors and army chaplains, and they put him in a town called Berwick-on-Tweed, which was as far north as you could be without going into Scotland. So he was in the north, near Scotland, but safely on the English side of the border. And this was during the final stages of the rough wooing. So there's active conflict and combat happening, and he's here in an English garrison town serving as a chaplain to the English forces. About a third of the population of Berwick-on-Tweed would have been English troops. And it was a rough town. Lots of fighting, lots of rabble. The man-to-woman ratio was about 4-1, so it was a tough place. I mean, a good equivalent might be like the mining towns of the American West, Deadwood, Dodge City, that kind of thing. That's what you could expect. Rowdy saloons and people being thrown out the window and fights happening, and that kind of a vibe. Except on top of all that, there's a war on too. So he's got a tough pastorate there. But to make it even worse, he's going to be preaching to the English army while they are in a war with Scotland. And what do they hear? A Scottish accent. So you might expect them to be like, I'm here to fight Scots, not to be preached at by them. And fair enough. But Knox is no stranger to difficult congregations. Remember, he was the pastor of the castle garrison in St. Andrews, which had a similar population. Rowdy, rough and tumble soldiers. So he was used to ministering to those types of people. And then to add to his credibility, they would have known that he was fresh off the French galleys. And that was something that they would have definitely respected. They would have almost immediately recognized him as one of the good ones. And according to Dawson, he was proud of the fact that in Berwick-on-Tweed he was able to, quote, hammer out settlements for the feuds and the bloodletting that flared up in the town, end quote. In fact, he would later boast to Mary, Queen of Scots, that he had brought a, quote, great quiet upon the town of Berwick, which might have been a subtle threat that military men listen to me. But we'll get to that part of the story eventually. For now, he learned that he was able to mold the behavior of his listeners, not with legal requirements and the threat of force, but with strong admonition from the pulpit. And the soldiers would have appreciated his pointed rhetoric, his straight talk, his simple language, and what he called rude boldness unto your face. He was tough and gruff, just like they were, and they appreciated him for it. And he appreciated their acceptance. He probably felt like one of the boys. And Dawson says, quote, he thrived in this military world whose society was similar to the male camaraderie and harsh life he had experienced on the galleys, end quote. So in short, it was the perfect position for him to transition back into free civilian life, and he was the perfect man for the job. The English almost certainly put him there for that exact reason. They needed a guy who could handle a place like Berwick, and who better than a man who endured slavery with the fortitude to cow even his slave masters. And Berwick was the first time he was able to kind of settle down and establish a rhythm of pastoral ministry. His time in St. Andrews was a whirlwind, and on the galleys he was still a pastor, but he was barely hanging on. In Berwick, he was able to preach to the same people week in and week out for a few years. And he came to understand that he was not only able to influence what people believed, but how they acted, how they lived. Right? He's further developing his pastoral repertoire. And another aspect that's important about his time in Berwick is that being so close to Scotland, there were a lot of Scots that gravitated to Berwick to hear him preach and to be a part of his congregation there. It's likely that there are some familiar faces that would have met him in that region, people like Douglas of Longniddry, Cockburn of Ormiston, Crichton of Brunston, and the other lairds that had been with Knox since his earliest days as a Protestant, when they were hosting George Wishart. That gave his church there an interesting status as a kind of ethnic outpost. In fact, Knox even meets with James Stuart, the half-brother of Mary Queen of Scots, who is a Protestant. He was a disciple of John Winram before converting to Protestantism, and you'll remember Winram was actually the interim Archbishop of St. Andrews after Beaton was killed, and he was the one who gave Knox the freedom to preach in St. Andrews. So he may have been an intermediary that brought James Stuart and John Knox together for the first time. And Knox and James Stuart are going to be close associates several years down the line during the Scottish Reformation when he returns to Scotland. But Berwick becomes something of a Scottish outpost. You see, down in London and in southern England, there were these churches that were called strangers' churches. And they were kind of like ethnic enclaves for religious exiles. And they were permitted to use their own language and their own liturgy, where all the rest of the churches in England were bound under Episcopalian jurisdiction. So he was given a ton of leeway to lead the church as he saw fit. And it's not really clear if he was even aware that his church was granted this status, but regardless, he went his own way and used his own liturgy. Pretty much right as he first came to Berwick, the Book of Common Prayer was established as the mandatory liturgy for the churches in England, but Knox didn't use it. He wrote his own prayers for communion, and his church would gather around the table together and receive the wine and bread as a communal meal. And Knox did this to adhere to the formula of the words of institution and to reflect the actual practice described in the Lord's Last Supper. But he was also at pains to point out that the communion service was completely at odds with the Mass, and he would routinely deride the doctrine of transubstantiation as papist idolatry. And this became a problem because his church was technically under the jurisdiction of a very traditional priest by the name of Cuthbert Tunstall. But his status as a stranger's church pretty much meant that Tunstall couldn't touch him. But he really poked the bear when he directly attacked one of Tunstall's senior clerics on the topic of Eucharistic theology. And this is what Knox was talking about when he said that the Reformation in England was a Reformation in name only, because the idolatry of the Mass was retained in England. So on April 4th, 1550, Knox was called to Newcastle for a council on Eucharistic theology called the Council of the North. He has a debate with Tunstall and his clergy on the topic, and Knox's side of the argument is preserved in a work called A Vindication of the Doctrine that the Sacrifice of the Mass is Idolatry. The other side of the conversation is lost, so it's hard to know what exactly happened that day, but regardless, this conversation had already been had in England at the 1549 disputation at Oxford, also in the writings of Cranmer and in John Hooper's sermons. So they weren't really breaking new ground here. It was kind of just more of a bureaucratic headache for Knox more than anything. But he takes up the opportunity to present his position. And it's important because Knox is bringing his own brand of sort of rhetorical force to England. And he may not have provided some groundbreaking new argument against the Mass, but he did bring the fire when he was debating the issue. And he also brought a kind of tightly argued scholastic style, syllogistic arguments that he supports with Scripture. He sets forth a syllogism and then backs it up exegetically. The first point he makes is that all worshiping, honoring, or service invented by the brain of man in the religion of God without his express commandment is idolatry. The Mass is invented by the brain of man without any commandment of God. Therefore, it is idolatry. He then backs that up by relaying the story of 1 Samuel 13, where Saul makes a burnt offering on Mount Gil in violation of God's commandment. And Knox quotes 1 Samuel when he says, quote, "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the command of the Lord your God, with which he commanded you. For then the Lord would have established your kingdom over Israel forever. But now your kingdom shall not continue." End quote. It's a good argument, but again, it's not groundbreaking. He continues making arguments from Scripture to support that first syllogism, but where he makes his contribution is in the asides and the wry humor, the piercing critiques, the vehement passion, the cutting remarks. He talks about Saul telling Samuel to destroy the Amalekites, and he says, quote, "When commandment was given unto Saul by Samuel in God's name to destroy Amalek, because that sometimes they troubled the people of Israel passing up from Egypt." And here's the aside, he says, "Advert ye that presently trouble and persecute the people of God, albeit your pains be deferred, yet are they already prepared by God." These people of Amalek were not immediately after the violence done against Israel punished, but long after they were commanded to be destroyed by Saul, man, woman, and child, suckling, oxen, cattle, camels, and asses, and finally, all that lived in the land. End quote. So he's not bringing new arguments or citing passages they'd never heard. And by the way, that's not his fault. He was called to this council. They brought him there to answer this very question. You know, it's kind of like if you applied to a PhD program at Westminster and said, "I'm going to do my dissertation in systematic theology on the topic of predestination." Well, you're going to have a tough time finding a path there that hasn't already been trod. Those conversations have largely been had, but you know, if you're going to do that, you need to find a very nuanced argument to make. But if somebody comes up to you at church or at a conference or something and they challenges you to a debate on the topic of predestination, well then using arguments that have already been made, that's perfectly fine, right? And that's what Knox is doing. But again, he's also giving them something that they might not have heard before. Right? Imprecations in the middle of academic discourse. It's like Knox is saying, don't think this stuff doesn't apply to you too. Don't think that you are safe in your ivory tower from the wrath and displeasure of God. You know, Knox isn't one to deal in theological or philosophical abstractions. Everything for him is life and death. In fact, it's even more dire than that. Everything he's taking a stand for is tied to eternity, the glory and the wrath of God. Now, I said just a second ago that he didn't bring any new arguments, but that's not exactly true. He does bring some new arguments. At the very least, they're new to him. Because if you'll remember from episode 2, he had a similar argument with John Winram at St. Andrews. And he's making the same claims that he makes here, back then. That everything in worship has to proceed from faith and that it must come from the express command of God. And back then, Winram said that, well, the Mass does proceed from faith. And Knox replies that only worship that proceeds from faith is that which is done at the express command of God. And he develops that idea in this debate. He's building off of what he said in the past. So even while he was enslaved in the galleys, he's thinking about these issues. He's studying them. He's developing his reason and his line of thought. And he's still talking about Saul and Agag, the Amalekite, and how Saul spared Agag. And he builds his argument by saying disobedience to God's voice is not only when man does wickedly contrary to the precepts of God, but also when of good zeal or good intent, as we commonly speak, and does anything to the honor or service of God, not commanded by the express word of God, as in this matter plainly may be espied. For Saul transgressed not wickedly in murder, adultery, or in like external sins, but saved one aged and impotent king, which thing who could not call a good deed of mercy, and permitted the people, as said is, to save certain beasts to be offered to the Lord, thinking that God should therewith stand content and appeased, because he and the people did it of good intent. But both of these called Samuel idolatry. First, because they were done without any commandment of God, and secondly, because in doing thereof, they thought himself not to have offended. And that is principal idolatry. when our own inventions we defend to be righteous in the sight of God, because we think them good, laudable, and pleasant." End quote. He follows that story, Saul and Agag, up with the story of Nadab and Abihu, who offered strange fire before the Lord and were struck dead. They, by good intention, attempt to worship in a manner that was not commanded by God, and it was accounted idolatry. He makes another argument in this direction from history when Pope Gregory I devised the litany during a time of plague. Apparently, the first 4 men who spoke the litany in worship dropped dead from the plague, and Knox says that was a manifestation of God's wrath for offering worship, quote, "whereof ends the scriptures, neither is there authority nor commandment," end quote. Knox keeps going, and by the time he's ready to move on, he's added 11 additional arguments to his case that we didn't hear about in his argument with Winram. So he's not resting on his laurels. He's very intentionally using his studies to develop and strengthen his position. He's been busy. When he moves on to the next line of reasoning, he calls into question the very development of the Mass. The papists claim that it was instituted by Christ, but because of his extensive knowledge of canon law, he's aware of historical developments within the Roman Catholic Church, and he exposes the development of the Mass to great effect. This is going to be a long quote here, but it's just so devastating to the papists and to the Mass that I just can't help but quote it at length. He says, quote, "It will not satisfy the hearts of all godly to say St. James and St. Peter celebrated the first Mass in Jerusalem or Antioch. If it so were, one of the two celebrated first, and the other after. But neither of the two can be proven by Scripture. Great marvel it is that so manifestly men shame not to lie. Peter and James, say the papists, celebrated the first Mass, but I shall prove that Pope Sixtus was the first that did institute the altars. Felix, the first of that name, did consecrate them in the temples both. Boniface commanded the altars to be covered with clean cloths. Gregorius Magnus commanded the candles to be lit at the Evangel, and did institute certain cloths. Pontius commanded confiteor to be said, and wherefore should I trouble you and myself both in reciting what every pope added? You may for 2 pence have the knowledge that of what every pope added, until at last was compact and set up the whole body of the blasphemous idol. And yet ashamed they not to say St. Peter said the first Mass, although that many 100 years after him no such abominable ceremonies were invented. But they say all these ceremonies are not the substance of the Mass, but are added for good cause. What commandment have they received to add anything to the ordinance of God, for any cause appearing to them? But let them certify to me what is the Mass. The canon, will they answer with the words of consecration. Who is the author of the canon? Can they precisely tell? Be well advised before you answer, lest by neglecting yourself ye be proved liars. Will you say that the apostles used your canon? So you have affirmed in times past. If the canon descended from the apostles to the popes, bold and malpert impiety it had been to have added anything thereto. For a canon is a full and sufficient rule, which in all parts and points is perfect. But I will prove diverse popes to have added their portions to this holy canon. If they will deny, advise what added Sergius, and what added Leo, and what added the 2 Alexanders, for I may not abide presently to recite all, but if they doubt, their own law shall certify them. End quote. That is a freaking smackdown. The debate is over. There's nothing that they can say. I mean, he continues on for another 20 pages, but he's already won. He's put them in an impossible situation. He uses his canon law expertise to show how their own canon law says that the Mass was handed down from the apostles, but also that various popes routinely added to it. So the question then is, what was wrong with it that it needed to be added to? If it was given to you by Christ via the apostles, how could you dare hope to improve it? Well, the obvious answer is that it wasn't handed down by Christ through the apostles. No, it's a blasphemous idol that has morphed and shifted and mutated over time to become even more disgusting and deplorable. It's pagan idolatry. But Knox doesn't stop there. He keeps going. And he targets the idea that the Mass as an external work conveys grace by the work worked. ex opere operato. As long as the work is worked, it works. It gives grace. You just have to show up and do the work, and grace will be conferred. Knox says, no. And he points to all the times in the Old Testament that God will tell the Israelites that their worship is repugnant to him. The very same sacrifices, institutes, and ordinances that he himself commanded of them are, quote, odious and abominable in his sight. How is that possible? Well, he says that the Israelites have added to the commanded ordinances of God what he calls an opinion. And the addition of that opinion made them abominations. It was an attitude of their own heart that made the outward work that was otherwise expressly commanded of them a depraved sin. Well, what was this attitude of their hearts, this opinion? It was, quote, that by working of the external work, they might purchase the favor of God and make satisfaction for their sins by the same sacrifices, end quote. This OT attitude that so clearly reflects the Catholic doctrine of ex opere operato is so devious and evil because it tricks the people into thinking that they are right with God simply because their priests have said the right words in the right order and done the right tasks. And Knox directly ties this to the Catholic Church. Quote, their false prophets had taught them to cry peace, peace, when yet there was no peace in their consciences. For they which did eat the sin of the people, as our priests have long done, for the more wicked men were, the more desire they had of the Mass, thinking by virtue thereof all was purged. The pestilent priests of Moses' law, as witnessed by the prophets, caused the people to believe that by oblation of the sacrifice they were just and innocent, and did desire for such offerings, plague and the wrath of God to be removed. End quote. So Knox is saying that the Mass gives the people a false sense of security. And not only that, it also encourages them to sin more. And the more they sin, the more they want the Mass to purge their sins. It creates a vicious downward spiral of sin and religiosity. And Knox keeps going and points out that the Mass as a sacrifice of Christ to God doesn't really make sense either. The main reason being that Christ is not offered by priests, he is offered by himself. He is the one who makes the offering and the one who is offered. So how is it the place of the priests to offer up Christ as an offering in the Mass? Further, Paul makes it clear, along with the author of Hebrews, that Christ is offered once for all, not repeatedly in the Mass, as the priests would say. And Knox anticipates the response that the Mass is not an actual re-sacrifice of Christ, it's a memorial sacrifice. And Knox just lampoons that idea. He says, quote, is there any oblivion or forgetfulness fallen on God the Father? Has he forgotten the death and passion of Jesus Christ so that he needs to be brought in memory thereof by any mortal man? Behold, brethren, how that impiety discloses and declares itself. Can there be any greater blasphemy than to say God the Father has forgotten the benefits which he gave to mankind in his only Son, Jesus? End quote. So the idea that one could offer Christ as a sacrifice is ridiculous, and it doesn't work to say that it's just a memorial of the one sacrifice at the cross. But even if it was, Knox points out that they would have no authority or jurisdiction to make such an offering. He quotes from their canon and says, quote, in the beginning of the canon, the proud priest lift up his eyes, as that he had God even always bound to his commandment, safety. And he's quoting the canon now. We beseech thee, most merciful Father, by Jesus Christ our Lord, that you receive and bless this untasted sacrifice, unsavory sacrifice, truly he might have said, which we offer to thee of thine universal church, end quote. And he responds to this by saying, quote, O proud and perverse prelates and priests, who gave you that authority? Is it not expressly forbidden by the Apostle Paul that no man should usurp the honor to make sacrifice except he be called by God, as was Aaron? Have you the same commandment which was given to Aaron? His sacrifices are abrogated by Christ. Let us hear where you are commanded to make sacrifices. Search the Scriptures, but search them with judgment. End quote. And of course, it doesn't matter how hard they search the scriptures, because the scriptures are clear that the blood of Christ shed once for all is all that is needed for the purging of sin. No additional sacrifices are needed. No masses are permitted. All the sinner needs is Christ, and there is no authority given to offer anything in addition to his blood. And no appeal to the Old Testament is going to change that, because even those sacrifices and offerings were types and shadows, prefigurings of the true sacrifice once offered by Christ. Quote, and in them, that's the OT offerings, was commemoration of sins made, but neither was remission of sins obtained, nor purging made by any such sacrifice. What will ye do, papist priests? There rests no sacrifice to be offered for sin by you, nor by any mortal man. End quote. So Knox is saying, or showing rather, that there's no additional sacrifice to be made. Christ's sacrifice is a single redemptive historical event, not to be repeated in the life of the church through repeated mass. And that no man has the authority to make or oversee such a sacrifice. I mean, his case is pretty clear and cogent, but he's still not done yet. And he shifts tone here and he says, okay, let's say I humor you and grant you that the Mass is a sacrifice. What then? And I think there's two ways to read this turn. The first is that he's legitimately trying to offer a good faith argument and be persuasive with them. The second is that he's using his patented Knoxian sense of humor with wry sarcasm here. And I think it's a bit of both. He says, quote, would you then hear good tidings? What, if that I should permit unto you, as one willing to play the good fellow and not one stiff-necked, that the Mass were a sacrifice for sin, and that you did offer Jesus Christ for sin? Would you then be content that this were permitted unto you? I think you would, for therefore have you long contended. Then let us consider what should subsequently follow thereon. End quote. So he's saying, I'll be a good faith interlocutor here. I just proved that all this is nonsense, but what if it were true? What are the logical implications if you play this out? Let's run your line of thinking to its logical conclusion and see what we come up with. And where he's going with this is that no sacrifice is complete until the offering is slain. So if in the Mass they are offering Jesus Christ as a sacrifice for sin, they are by necessity killing Jesus. That's where their argument goes. And this is not a flippant charge that Knox is making. He's aware of the gravity of it. He says, quote, do not esteem, beloved brethren, these words shortly spoken to be of vain or of small effect. They are collected of the very ground of Scripture, for they plainly testify that Christ to be offered, Christ to suffer, and Christ to shed his blood and die are all one thing. End quote. You cannot offer Christ as a sacrifice for sin and not have Christ die again. Not only can the resurrected and glorified Christ never die again, no man would ever have the authority to kill Christ in the sacrifice. That's why it was so important that Jesus Christ was himself both the great high priest who offers the sacrifice and the spotless Lamb of God that was offered in the sacrifice. For the Mass to be a re-offering of Christ as a sacrifice for sin is blasphemy, of course, but it is also redemptive historical retrograde. What more can be done for your sin than what Christ has done when he offered himself up on the cross and bore your sin and the wrath of God the Father? What need could there possibly be for another sacrifice, another offering for sin? And how could a sinful human priest ever have the authority to make such an offering compared to the sinless great high priest Jesus? It makes no sense and is offensive to the gospel of Christ and to his word. Knox is appropriately building the pressure here. And he anticipates what their response might be, saying, quote, and so, papists, if you offer Christ in sacrifice for sin, you shed his blood and thus newly slay him. Advert to what end your own desire shall bring you, even to be slanderers of Jesus Christ. You will say, you never pretended to such abomination. I dispute not what you intended, but I only show what absurdity follows from your own doctrine. You necessarily, if you offer Christ for sin, as you confess and your law does teach, you cruelly shed his blood and finally do slay him. End quote. So the pressure of his case is building to the point where he's charging them with pure, abominable, heretical blasphemy. And there's no real escape route for them, nowhere that they can go. So Knox provides them with the release valve. It's kind of like an interrogation. If you've ever seen a detective interrogate someone, especially homicide detectives, what they do is they increase the tension and the pressure. They build it, and they slowly drop more and more evidence, and they refute their protests and their denials, and they build it up until the pressure is so high that the criminal can barely take it. And then the detective offers them the release valve, which is the confession. And then it all pours out. Most of the time, anyway. The smart ones just ask for a lawyer. But that's kind of what Knox is doing here. He's building the pressure, and then he hands them the release valve. Quote, but now I will relieve you of this anguish, dolorous as it were daily to commit manslaughter and oftentimes to crucify the King of glory. Be not afraid. You do not do it. For Jesus Christ may suffer no more, shed his blood no more, nor die any more. For that he has died, he so died for sin. And now he lives, and death may not prevail against him. And so you do not slay Christ, for you have no power to do so. Only you have deceived the people, causing them to believe that you offered Jesus Christ in sacrifice for sins in your mass, which is frivolous and false. For Jesus Christ may not be offered because he may not die. End quote. So he's saying, don't worry, you're innocent. You aren't slayers of Jesus because your mass is not a sacrifice. You're guilty of deceiving God's people, not for killing Jesus anew. In order for them to take the release valve, they have to admit that their conception of the Mass is what Knox called, quote, most vain, false, and wicked. And with that, he concludes, quote, and so I think the Mass to be abominable and idolatrous, and no man of indifferent judgment will deny. So like I said, these arguments aren't all that new. They've been made before by Hooper and Cranmer and others, but Knox's gift for rhetoric and debate and his showmanship, his creativity, his brutality on the debate stage, those are what set him apart here. People had said, you can't re-sacrifice Jesus again because he can't die again. Yeah, that's been said before. But they hadn't laid out the case like Knox just did. And you can see the difference. He's a force of nature. And even when he's making cases that have been done before, he does it in a way that just leaves your jaw on the floor. And with that said, he's made a pretty open and shut case, I think. But the one thing that's left for Knox to do, the one elephant in the room is, then what is the Lord's Supper? What is communion? What is its purpose? What should it look like? What does it do for us? And how do we receive it? So Knox finishes with a constructive explanation of these things. He's deconstructed, demolished, really, their argument, and now he turns and builds his own. He starts by giving a general description of the Lord's Supper, and I really can't put it any better than he does. Quote, the Lord's Supper was instituted to be a perpetual memory of these benefits which we have received in Jesus Christ and by his death. And first he should call to mind in what estate we stood in the loins of Adam, when that we all blasphemed the majesty of God in his face. Secondly, that his own incomprehensible goodness moved him to love us, most wretched and miserable, yea, most wicked and blasphemous, and love most perfect compelled him to show mercy. And mercy pronounced the sentence, which was that his only Son should pay the price for our redemption, which thing being rightly called to memory in the present action of the supper, could not but move us to thanksgiving unto God the Father, and to his only Son Jesus, who hath restored us again to liberty and life. And this is what Paul commanded, saying, as long as you eat of this bread and drink of this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes. That is, you shall laud, magnify, and extol the liberal kindness of God the Father, and the infinite benefits which you have received by Christ's death. End quote. And what a stark difference that is from the Mass. And he keeps comparing the Lord's Supper and the Mass and showing how they differ. quote, "The supper of the Lord is the gift of Jesus Christ in which we should laud the infinite mercy of God. The Mass is a sacrifice which we offer unto God for doing whereof we allege God should love and commend us." End quote. And do you see how they are diametrically opposed? In communion, we receive the gift of God and celebrate Christ. In the Mass, we supposedly make an offering to God, and he celebrates us in return. He says that in communion, we profess ourselves to be redeemed from sin by the work of Christ, but in the Mass, we are remitted of our sins by the work that we do ourselves, namely in offering the sacrifice to God. In the Lord's Supper, we confess ourselves to be debtors to God, but in the Mass, we make our God our debtor. He owes us because of the sacrificial offering that is made. Knox continues and lays out the way that communion should be received and juxtaposes that with the Mass. He says that the pastor and the people are equal when taking communion, seated at the same table, whereas the priests are elevated, placed at one altar, wearing robes and vestments. In the Lord's Supper, the people of God are to take both bread and wine. But with the Mass, only the priest receives the elements on behalf of the people. And Knox really focuses on how it makes no sense. He says, how can you receive spiritual nourishment by watching someone else eat and drink? He says that's as silly as assuming your hunger will be satiated by watching someone else eat a sandwich. And he also points out how much additional stuff was added onto the formula. They had to duck and nod and bow and turn and cross themselves and lift up the cup and do this and do that, all of which was just made up and isn't found in the words of institution given in the Bible. So Knox says, quote, "Christ commanded not that one should base upon it, bow, juke, and beck thereto, but that we should eat and drink thereof ourselves, and not that we should behold others do the same, unless we would confess that the death of Jesus Christ pertained nothing to us. For when I eat and drink at that table, I openly confess the fruit and virtue of Christ's body, of his blood and passion to appertain to myself, and that I am a member of his mystical body, and that God the Father is appeased with me, notwithstanding my first corruption and present infirmities." End quote. So he's juxtaposing the perversity of the Mass with the beauty of the gospel and showing how the Lord's Supper is about the gospel, the remission of sins through the work of Jesus himself. And the Lord's Supper presented, he wraps up his speech like this, quote, "Consider now, beloved brethren, what that the fruits of the Mass have been. Even in her greatest purity, the Mass is nothing but the invention of man set up without all authority of God's word for honoring God, and therefore it is idolatry. Unto it is added a vain, false, deceivable, and most wicked opinion, that is, that by it is obtained the remission of sins, and therefore it is abomination before God. It is contrary to the supper of Jesus Christ, and has taken away both the right use and remembrance thereof, and therefore is blasphemous to Christ's death." And there you have it. The Mass is idolatry, abomination, and blasphemy. The last word that Knox gives, I think, really tells us a lot about himself. He says, quote, "And here I call my God to record, that neither profit to myself, hatred of any person or persons, nor affection or favor that I bear towards any private man causes me this day to speak as you have heard, but only the obedience which I own to God in ministry, showing of his word, and the common love which I bear to your salvation. For so odious and abominable I know the Mass to be in God's presence, that unless you decline from it to life you can never attain. And therefore, brethren, fly from that idolatry rather than from the present death. And pray with me, brethren, that the Spirit may be ministered unto me in abundance, to speak at all times as it becomes a true messenger. And I will likewise pray that you may hear, understand, and obey with all reverence the good will of God, declared unto the world by Jesus Christ, whose omnipotent Spirit remains with you forever. Amen. Give the glory to God alone. John Knox." End quote. And that's a man who is willing to fight tooth and nail, not for the sake of fighting, but because he knows and loves what he's fighting for. He has every reason to make this personal. He has every reason to be motivated by anger and bitterness. I'd even say he's earned the right to be jaded and cynical. But just as the galleys failed to break his spirit, they failed to corrupt it too. He's a hard man, harder now than before the galleys, to be sure, and it shows in this work. He's relentless and brutal, but at the end, he makes sure that it is known that his relentlessness and brutality is aimed at that which offends, blasphemes, and denies the Lord. He is cruel and at even times hateful, but he's cruel to sin and sinners, and he hates what God hates as best he can. Obviously, he's not perfect. But before we move on from this, there's one other thing that is significant that we learn from this exchange, and that is that Knox mentions here that he actually doesn't know Hebrew. When he was talking about how Catholicism claims that the word mass comes from the Hebrew word misa, he says, quote, "In the Hebrew tongue I confess myself ignorant, but have, as God knows, fervent thirst to have some entrance therein, and so of the Hebrew diction cannot contend. But men of great judgment in the same tongue say that nowhere in Scripture is misa betokened an oblation," end quote. So he doesn't have Hebrew. But in his letter to the church in St. Andrews that he wrote from the galleys, he also lists not being able to travel and study in Germany as one of the judgments that he's suffering. And he almost lists it as one of his key grievances against the Catholics. His scholastic education would have taught him really good Latin, pretty good Greek, but he desires to read the Old Testament in its original languages. And you can hear the frustration in his writing that he has to take the word of other, quote, men of great judgment. And here at Westminster, we say that Hebrew is a non-negotiable for pastoral ministry. A man should not preach if he is not an exegete. But during this time, that just wasn't an option all the time. And Knox is saying, I would do everything in my power to go learn Hebrew, but I just can't right now. That option isn't on the table for me. And as he's talking to Catholics, he's basically saying, and it's your fault. Knox gained quite a reputation during this time. His brand of fiery and raucous preaching with fearless confrontations with the Catholics in the North brought a lot of attention to himself. As we've just seen, he was bold in his opposition to the Catholics, but he was also bold in his statements against the English, admonishing them to move further towards true reform, away from the Henrican Catholicism that he viewed as reform in name only, the mere replacement of the Pope with the King. It seems like he saw the wind blowing in an unfavorable direction and would make statements about how he wasn't sure how much longer he would be able to stay in England. Nevertheless, he doesn't abandon his congregation in Berwick, and he pastors there with diligence. And he's also making converts. People are converting to Protestantism, and he's undertaking the duties of catechizing these new believers. So really, he's making even more work for himself. And a key moment of Knox's life happened while he was ministering in Berwick. He meets the wife of the captain of Norham Castle, Elizabeth Bowes. And Bowes' husband is Catholic, but she is a Protestant convert. And she has her own high lineage. She's the daughter of Roger Aske of Aske, Yorkshire. And she was the mother of 15 children and had probably converted to Protestantism shortly before Knox had arrived in the north. Her daughter, Marjorie, and her son, George, also convert, but it seems like the rest of her family does not. But she's a noblewoman and a matriarch, and she becomes a very important member of the congregation in Berwick. And she's got to be a pretty tough lady. To make a stand for Protestantism in a climate like that, when her very powerful husband had not, and he probably actively opposed such a move. And this tells you that she's not easily swayed or cowed. She is her own woman. But we also see from several of the pastoral correspondences with Knox that she was also a woman with doubts and fears. She would often seek counsel from Knox about whether her faith was true, if she was really of the elect, if she had committed the unpardonable sin, things like that. And Knox spent a lot of time working through these issues with her. And he would sometimes get a bit frustrated, having to answer the same questions over and over, working through the same fears over and over again. But he's a relatively new pastor at this point, and he's learning how to minister in a long-term context. And he's also having to learn how to minister to women, to children, to normal people, not the soldiers of the St. Andrew's garrison or his fellow galley slaves. And you can see in his letters to her some rookie mistakes that he makes. This is from Dawson. Quote, "He fell into some of the perennial traps of pastoral counseling by constantly introducing his own experience as a comparison, using images and assurances that helped him rather than her, and not making clear what was and what was not his role." End quote. And it's in his relationship with Bowes that we see another side of Knox, the counterpoint to the bold and brash Knox. We see the tender and the loving Knox, the pastoral Knox. He shows lots of humility in his reactions to Bowes, and commiserates with her and acknowledges his own sins and doubts and fears. It's not the picture that we're used to. And this is also what Dawson was talking about in the beginning of her biography when she said that Knox was more complicated than just the misogynist woman-hater who penned the first trumpet blast against the monstrous regiment of women. One of his closest friends and confidants in his early pastoral years was a woman, Elizabeth Bowes. And Stanford Reed puts it this way. He says, quote, "As we read his letters," that's his letters to Elizabeth Bowes, "we see a warmth, a gentleness, and an understanding that most people don't associate with him. Against Mary de Guise, Catherine de Medici, or Mary Tudor, he could blow a blast of the trumpet, but for troubled souls, his notes were soft and comforting." End quote. Now, some, even in his own time, sought to make more of their relationship. And that was something that held true after he had died as well. There's been plenty of ink spilled about this relationship and drawing into question the propriety of it. Right, there were rumors that they were romantically involved. And it was probably some of the enemies that Knox made that conjured up these rumors, because he made enemies pretty much wherever he went. But there's no real substance to them. She was much older than he was and had already borne 15 children. And he went on to marry her daughter. It's pretty safe to say that he wasn't interested in her as a romantic partner. Now, some of this might also stem from the sort of question mark as to how old Knox was. You'll remember from episode 1 that there was some confusion about the date of his birth, and Beza listed it as 10 years earlier than it was, which would have made him closer to her in age. But still, after 15 children and being significantly older than Knox, he almost certainly was not interested in her as a romantic partner. And And that was probably just drawn up as a way to try to discredit Knox. But Knox's ministry is thriving in Berwick. He's doing very well. A little too well, maybe. He's drawing lots of Scots from across the border into Berwick to be part of his ministry. And his stranger church is growing. And he's not observing the Book of Common Prayer. So it's possible that the higher-ups in the Church of England see this as a potential problem in the making. So they promote him to a new position in the larger city of Newcastle. He takes up the pastorate of St. Nicholas Church, but he'll also still travel to Berwick to minister there when he could as well. And this larger church gave him an even larger sphere of influence. His message and his preaching was being heard by even more people now. Now he is pretty much the prominent voice of the church in the north. And because of that, he's becoming more and more involved in English public affairs. And that's probably why he was brought and promoted to Newcastle, to further interweave him into the English structure and to hopefully bind him to observe the Book of Common Prayer and to be under more oversight. But it's kind of a catch-22 for them, because it ends up that, yes, he is becoming more involved in English public affairs, more embroiled in the controversies, but he's bringing his weight to the table. And also, now that he's in a larger church with a larger sphere of influence, his power is actually increasing. So what are these public affairs that he's being brought into? Well, to make a long story short, there is this is around the time when there's a coup against Lord Protector Somerset by the Earl of Northumberland. And that resulted in the execution of Somerset. And Knox speaks out against this move by Northumberland and says that it was the result of meddling by the papists, which means that he's basically saying that the guy that's now in charge of England is a useful idiot of the papists. And that's Knox for you. He doesn't pull punches. But despite his brashness and his lack of a filter, Northumberland's government actually gives him a raise and enlists him as one of 6 royal chaplains and pays him an additional £40 per year. And this would have made him an even more important voice in England. In the spring of 1552, he is able to go on a preaching tour of a number of important churches around England, something he never would have been able to do prior. And it's during this time that Knox preaches in front of Northumberland several times. And he must have made some kind of an impact on Northumberland, because when Northumberland returns south to London, he decides to take Knox with him. And Knox probably would have viewed that as an honor, sure, but he probably also wasn't super excited about the proposition of moving south. From 1549 up until 1552, Knox had basically no restrictions at all. He could be his own boss, say what he wanted, run his church the way he wanted, use his own liturgy. He wasn't really bound by any liturgical authority. What it comes down to is that he was able to simply ignore the Book of Common Prayer without any consequences. On top of that, he was able to wield influence across wide swaths of both Scotland over the border and in the north of England. He was able to, over that period of time, recover from his time on the galleys. You know, he was pretty badly beaten up, and he had constant headaches and stomach issues as a result of his, long-term torture on the galleys. But by 1552, all of that had pretty much cleared up for him. He had grown spiritually, pastorally, academically. He had time to focus on study and on the mundane day-to-day aspects of pastoral ministry. He had also taken a liking to Elizabeth Bow's daughter, Marjorie. So he would be excused for his reticence to pack up his life and move south to London. He had a good thing going there in Berwick. But duty called. So he goes south. And things were changing so fast in London that when he got there in 1552, everything had changed from when he was there just a few years prior in 1549. Reed describes this turnaround when he says, quote, "A virtual revolution had taken place in both church and state. Somerset, who had worked diligently to attain his freedom from the French galleys and who had sent him north to preach in Berwick, was now dead, executed by the Northumberland faction. In his place was the power-hungry duke, supported by a clique of grasping nobles that dominated the scene, forcing all to submit to his ruthless governance. Knox may have felt that he was another Daniel entering the lion's den. No wonder he looked back to his years in the north with nostalgia." End quote. So Knox is strolling right into yet another extremely precarious situation. It's like all this guy can do is plant himself in the most dangerous place he can possibly find. And yet he navigates these turbulent waters despite being a total loudmouth. I don't get how he does it. But here he is again in London. And the ecclesiastical situation is totally different. Where Somerset and Cranmer wanted to move slowly and achieve incremental growth towards reform, Hooper and the Continental group were pushing radical change. And this conflict was brewing right when the Book of Common Prayer was being printed. So the timing wasn't great, but the Continentals were pointing to the unreformed clergy who were interpreting the Book of Common Prayer in Catholic terms, viewing the changes as not a big deal, saying basically, look, it didn't go nearly far enough. If the Catholic clergy are on board with it, how could it be reformed? And Somerset and Cranmer were very careful and deferential to these Catholic bishops, and it took them forever to act. But when they did, they had them deposed. So they could turn around and say, see, we got rid of them. We don't need a new prayer book. But Hooper and the Continentals were emboldened by the Consensus Tigurinus, which was the agreement between Zurich and Geneva on the Lord's Supper that brought the Calvinists and the Zwinglians together. In England, Hooper and the Continentals were looking over to Europe and saying, why are we so out of date, out of the loop? We can be doing so much better. Look at what's going on in Geneva and in Zurich. Why are we stuck debating transubstantiation and the Mass? We're being left behind. But the stranger churches, like the one Knox pastored, were actually an intentional move that Cranmer and Somerset made to help bring about a slower reform. They let this more consistently reformed practice of the Lord's Supper happen in these churches and allowed the ideas to take hold and to spread. And they did that so that slowly these ideas would take root without causing a huge controversy by further revising the Book of Common Prayer. But nevertheless, a lot of this ecclesiastical infighting was also accompanied by political infighting. And I'm not going to get into the details of the politics of everything so we don't get bogged down, but suffice it to say that Somerset's position was weakened by all this, and it allowed for Northumberland and his faction to take power and depose Somerset. Northumberland was a huge question mark when he came to power. No one knew where he stood. Was he going to shut down the Reformation in England? Was he going to restore Catholicism? Was he going to slow play things like Cranmer and Somerset? Was he going to reinstitute Henrican Catholicism? No one really knew. Well, they didn't have to wait long to find out, because he came down hard on the side of the Continentals and ramped up reform as radically as ever. So the Continentals were stoked, and Cranmer was a bit hesitant. I mean, Northumberland even stopped the Catholic Princess Mary Tudor, that's King Edward's sister, from holding private masses in her home. He praised Heinrich Bullinger and promoted Hooper to the Bishop of Worcester and Gloucester. He brutally enforced laws against both Catholics and Anabaptists. So everything is looking awesome, and the reformers are really happy, and they're saying that Northumberland is, quote, a most fearless instrument of the Word of God, end quote. But beneath all that exuberance, there is a seed of doubt. And a cynical guy like Knox was probably waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was probably thinking, something isn't right here. Nothing can go this well. It's too easy. And despite all the things that Northumberland is doing in favor of reform, the churchmen can't help but notice that Northumberland and his men keep coming up with ways to appropriate church lands. For instance, when Hooper took that bishopric, it came with the fine print that he would have to give a portion of that bishopric's endowments to the crown. And this kept happening over and over until the reformers started to realize that this politician might have ulterior motives. What a shocker. Who could have seen that coming? So Northumberland, he realizes he has to do something. He has to do something more, right? He has to keep them on his side, or at least try to keep them happy. So he sides with Cranmer and decides to go ahead with a revision of the Book of Common Prayer. And it would come with a confession that is in line with the Swiss reformers. So he signs off on that, thinking, case closed, unity restored. But what actually ensued was a conflict that Knox was going to be right at the center of. And this was the state of affairs that Knox enters into in 1552. And from his first day in London, he only grows more and more distrustful of Northumberland. Not only that, he also forms some strong opinions about Cranmer and Ridley, that they are compromisers, that they don't have the stones to push Reformation all the way, that they are half-measure kind of guys. And he sides with Hooper and the Continentals. So he's casting his lot with Hooper and Martin Bootser, Richard Cox, and King Edward himself, because King Edward was a staunch Protestant on the Continental side. And Knox's position goes public when Cranmer and Ridley were working on that revision to the Book of Common Prayer. They were including sections that made the doctrine of the Lord's Supper more explicitly Protestant. But Knox rejected the parts where they said that kneeling is prescribed during the Lord's Supper. That October 1552, Knox preaches a sermon before the king, and he says that kneeling to receive the elements of the Lord's Supper is tantamount to adoration, and that the unreformed clergy would use this to continue their insistence upon the old superstitious and idolatrous practice of the Mass. And it would probably be pretty hard to sit through a Knox sermon and not have it impact you in some way, but this sermon was so impactful and his argument so tightly reasoned that the King's Council insisted that Cranmer and Ridley reconsider their position on kneeling. And at this point, it was basically a done deal. So Knox is coming in at the seventh hour and essentially commanding them to reconsider. And so they say, yes, we will force Cranmer and Ridley to reconsider. I mean, think about that. A peasant from Haddington is preaching a sermon to the King of England, and his voice is compelling enough that the King's Council demands a response from the other side. Right? If the story were to end right after this event, that would be an amazing tale. That this guy went from the Scottish peasantry to the French galleys and then to the king's court is absolutely remarkable. But Cranmer replies to the council and says basically, don't listen to that loudmouth. He's not going to be happy with anything unless it's his idea. And the council kind of said, yeah, okay, fair enough. So they were at an impasse. And then just days before the Book of Common Prayer was to go to print, a formal argument against kneeling was submitted and put to the front of the queue. It was really intended to sort of halt the presses. And the argument was a five-fold argument, and Reed lays it out like this. He says, quote, "The arguments against kneeling were 1, that kneeling implied adoration and worship. 2, that papists would, therefore, say that there is really no difference between their views and those of Protestants. 3, that Christ sat at the Last Supper without bringing any disgrace upon it. 4, that sitting was a sign of joy, not fear. 5, that sitting, in contrast to the standing in the prophetical church of the Old Testament, was a sign of the completeness of Christ's work, which it commemorated. End quote. Now, this formal argument was anonymous, but everyone knew that it was Knox who penned it. It was supported by Hooper and the rest of the Continentals, but it was Knox who took the leadership in presenting it to the council. The council decided in favor of Cranmer, but they did require them to add a rubric that was pasted into the already printed, revised books of Common Prayer. The rubric, which became known as the Black Rubric, explained that kneeling wasn't a superstitious act that is meant to show idolatrous adoration or worship, but is merely reverential. So this was a small win, but it was a win nonetheless. In Reed, he sums up this exchange. He says, quote, "Thus the Second Edwardian Book of Common Prayer came into use with a declaration attached that clearly rejected both the Roman Catholic and the Lutheran doctrines of the Lord's Supper, but at the same time brought it into accord with the views of the Swiss reformers. For these changes, Knox was the individual largely responsible." End quote. And that Black Rubric is still in use today in the Church of England. And that is remarkable. And this from MacGregor, it really sums up just how wild that is. Quote, "It is certainly an astounding fact that a little peasant priest from Scotland, who 3 years earlier had been chained to a French slave ship, never having set foot in England in his life, should be directing the ecclesiastical policy of the English Church with such a sure hand that his work has even left an imprint on the official liturgy of the Church of England to this day." End quote. And while that point that MacGregor is making is valid, he overstates slightly by saying that Knox was directing the ecclesiastical policy of the English Church. There's a point of disagreement here among Knox's biographers. And I said that this is a small win because for Knox, this was far from perfect. In fact, Dawson, she completely disagrees with Reed and MacGregor and other earlier Knox biographers on this point. She says that this was actually a near total loss for Knox. He didn't want kneeling at all, and what he got was an explanation that kneeling isn't meant to signify adoration or worship. Now, I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's a near total loss, and I don't think it's a total triumph. Reed and MacGregor sort of present it like Knox went toe-to-toe with Cranmer and came out on top. He bested him and won the debate, which isn't necessarily true because a win condition for Knox, a total win, would have been that the Book of Common Prayer removed kneeling entirely, and that didn't happen. But a total loss would have been that they just told him to shove it and deal with it. And that didn't happen either. The Black Rubric existed. So it's definitely a win in some respects and a loss in other respects. It's somewhere in the middle. It's a little bit grayer than either Dawson or Reed and MacGregor and the earlier biographers want to point out. And when Knox was asked about kneeling by his congregation in Berwick, he said that we live in evil and imperfect times, that things aren't as they should be, but that for the sake of peace and unity, they should follow the prescriptions of the prayer book, even though he doesn't agree with all of them. He says that they should kneel so long as they make it clear that they aren't adoring or worshiping the elements, and that they should pray for the magistrates to change their hearts, their minds, and their views on worship. And he also makes it very clear that he is not saying that he was wrong to have done it differently with them in the years that he served there. And Dawson sums up this letter by saying, quote, "Penning this message about conformity was like a hard pill he had to swallow, and the bitter taste remained with him for a long time." End quote. And this letter to Berwick is really telling about how Knox views the situation. And this is from Reed. Quote, "This letter reveals much concerning the man and the reformer. In the first place, it indicates that his primary interest was in basic principles rather than in outward ceremonies." End quote. And that point really, it strikes me because it's really the exact opposite of how worship was conducted on the galleys. Remember how they would try to force the Protestant galley slaves to acquiesce to the Mass, even though they knew that they didn't believe in it. They were concerned only with the outward appearance and not with the basic principles. For Knox, it's the exact opposite. He's telling them that you can have the outward appearance as long as you make clear that the basic principles are valid and good. Reed continues, quote, "As long as the principles were quite clear, he would go along with the ceremonies, little as he liked them. At the same time, he did not give up his opposition to the outward trappings, but felt called up constantly to push for further reform, while at the same time praying that the magistrates would have their eyes opened to what should be done. He also realized that if the barrack congregation resisted and came under persecution, they would be doing so because of something that was relatively unimportant. To come into conflict with those with whom they were in basic agreement would also tend to weaken the Reformed in the striving to present a united front against the forces of Romanism and unbelief." And adopting this approach, Knox showed a breadth of vision, and one might even say statesmanship, with which he is not always credited. His was more tolerant attitude than that of Cranmer and Ridley, who insisted on absolute conformity to their liturgy. Although disliking aspects of the prayer book, he was prepared to conform to it for peace, but always in the hope of further improvement. End quote. And yet this conformity seems to have eaten at Knox. He loved his new country, but he wasn't an Englishman. His thought hadn't been informed by the previous 20 years of English reform and break from Rome. Dawson says, quote, "The pattern of conformity was not in his bones," end quote. It's just not who he was. He didn't really care about this English idea of a national church that had to be in 100% conformity. He just didn't care about it like that. Dawson again says, quote, "He did not share this emotional attachment to the royal supremacy of his English colleagues and regarded uniformity as a much overrated virtue. The Scot in him also found it strange to treat statute law with the intense reverence accorded it by the English. In the long run, this clash over uniformity and conformity hardened Knox's views, as well as his belief that religious compromise was a disastrous, even sinful strategy." End quote. And after this, Knox's problems weren't at an end. You could say that he was a victim of his own success. Northumberland is looking at Knox and realizing, okay, this guy is a force of nature. He shows up in London for like 5 minutes and has Cranmer and Ridley on the back foot. So he's probably thinking, I've got to control this guy, harness him, and make sure that his energy is directed toward issues and areas that are suitable for me, beneficial for me. We can't just let this guy go wild. Knox is a dangerous man. So Northumberland's solution is to offer him a bishopric. He would be the Bishop of Rochester, and that would be another promotion for Knox. But it would place him into the official structure and hierarchy of the Church of England. And the idea was that he would use Knox to sharpen Cranmer and point him toward a more radical reform. Also, by placing Knox in Rochester and Kent, he would basically rout the Anabaptists that were growing in influence there. And I'm sure Knox would like all of that. But on the other side of the equation was that Knox would be permanently removed from the north. And that was important because in the north, Knox was able to just completely disregard the Book of Common Prayer, do whatever he wanted. And he was also really effective in bringing Scottish refugees from the rough wooings down into England, which was a source of danger for the crown. They were doing the math and realizing we're at war with the Scots, and there's this remarkably talented, gifted Scottish preacher who's wielding more and more influence and power, bringing more and more Scots within our borders. That could be a problem. So they tried to bridle Knox with his promotion to bishop. but Knox turns it down immediately. And Knox is no politician, but he seems to have a shrewd mind for politics, and he probably sees exactly what is happening. And he probably tells them, I'm not going to be your puppet. So he says no, and Northumberland is not happy about that at all. And we don't know what Knox said to Northumberland, but Northumberland said that he was happy, quote, not to have to do with men neither grateful nor pleasable, end quote. And I probably sound like a broken record at this point on this podcast, but this is one of my favorite traits of Knox. That he can look royalty in the face and say, I'm not impressed. That he doesn't even pretend to bow to their aura or whatever. But Reed lays out the gist of this conversation when he says, quote, Knox had spoken plainly and unacceptably, with the result that he and the Duke parted on less than friendly terms. Yet no open break took place. For although Knox obviously did not trust Northumberland, the latter may still have felt that he could use him for his own purposes. End quote. So Knox correctly assessed his situation and knew that he had the capital to tell the Duke to stuff his offer and that there wasn't much that the Duke could, or at least would, do about it. And Knox never seems comfortable with political leaders. Even the politicians that are working on behalf of his causes, he views as being instruments of God, working his will, sure, but also as having their own aims and ends. He also sees their wickedness, self-serving, their greed, and he certainly wasn't going to be susceptible to their flattery. Even though he doesn't take this bishopric, his ecclesiastical work continues, and he is tasked with working on a committee for the revision of the Articles of Religion. Under his watch, this committee suggests new statements on predestination and on the sacraments, and they are squarely in the Calvinistic direction. So he's pushing the Church of England further towards a continental Swiss Reformed direction. And during this time, he was almost certainly preaching at the king's court and in the city. And during this time, he would have seen that things were not going particularly well. The ecclesiastical reforms are facing bitter opposition, and he sees trouble on the horizon. Later on, he hints in some letters that there wasn't yet visible trouble, but something was brewing under the surface, and he thinks there is going to be a reaction that will probably involve violent persecution. And Knox has a knack for sniffing out danger. Geddes McGregor describes it this way, quote, his uncanny gift for scenting storms ahead made him an uncomfortable skipper to those who could contentedly enjoy favorable weather. His gloomy forebodings made his friends often see him before the event as an alarmist and after the event as a wizard. End quote. So he was probably happy to head out of London back to Newcastle in December of 1552. The council had given him £40 and a letter of commendation to the magistrate in the north, so he was good to go financially and legally. And Reed points out, quote, probably even more important, he was leaving behind all the petty politicking and scheming of the capital for his Newcastle congregation, and more particularly for the friendship and understanding of Miss Bowes and her daughter Marjorie, end quote. But when he gets to Newcastle, things aren't as rosy as he had hoped. On Christmas Sunday, he preaches a sermon that would have been shocking to his hearers and infuriating to the authorities. He says that things in London aren't going well, that there is a resurgent Catholic party that is seeking to overtake the government, and that, quote, whoever in his heart was an enemy to Christ's gospel and doctrine, which then was preached within the realm of England, was an enemy also to God, and secret traitor to the crown and commonwealth of England, end quote. The local magistrate, Lord Wharton, and the mayor of Newcastle, Sir Robert Brandling, were both Catholics, and they wanted him charged immediately. So they go to the Earl of Westmoreland, who was the Lord Lieutenant of the Bishopric of Durham. And this guy, Westmoreland, also a Catholic, is more than happy to take a whack at Knox. So he summons him to appear without delay and doesn't even allow him to stay to preach the next day. And Knox is pretty depressed by this, and he's also probably a bit worried. So he sends a letter to Northumberland describing what's going on up there. And Northumberland intervenes on Knox's behalf. And I'm sure Knox wasn't too happy to have to call in a favor to the Duke that he had just snubbed. But desperate times call for desperate measures. And Northumberland, despite the recent conflict with Knox, is pretty peeved by these Catholic magistrates, especially Brandling for, quote, his greedy accusations of the poor man, wherein he hath uttered his malicious stomach towards his king's proceedings, end quote. And Knox is depressed because this is coming right off the back of his bitter clashes in London, having gone toe-to-toe even with Cranmer. And he was in the closest thing he has to a home, expecting the kind of freedom that he had before. But again, things aren't going as well in the north as he had hoped. And it was this conflict in the north that made the Privy Council decide that they need to bring Knox back south, which was probably the last place that Knox wanted to be. But there was a vacancy at All Hallows on Broad Street because the pastor there, Thomas Sampson, was promoted to the deanery of Chichester. So they're going to slot Knox in there. This was going to place Knox under the authority of Nicholas Ridley. And Ridley had a reputation of being a brutal stickler for conformity to the Book of Common Prayer. So now Knox was going to be in London, away from the closest thing he has to a home, and he's going to have Ridley looking over his shoulder and breathing down his neck. And Cranmer is happy to have Knox under his thumb in London, so he confirms the decision of the Privy Council, and Knox is summoned to London. So while Knox's professional life is suffering, some really awesome things are happening in his personal life. Before he leaves Newcastle for London for the second time, William, Knox's older brother, gets permission to trade with England. And you'll remember from episode 1 that William was a merchant and took over the Knox family business. So William shows up in Newcastle and tells John the news that he has become a Protestant. And of course, John is elated to hear this and gives thanks to God for his grace. I mean, put yourself in his place. Things aren't going well. You're in exile. And even in exile, you're being further exiled to London. You're not free to worship how you want. You're being pressured by church authorities, charged by civil authorities. Everything is just going terribly. But then to put everything into perspective, your basically long-lost brother shows up and tells you that he's been saved by the grace of God. So Knox gets this little reminder that the word of God is going out, that people are being saved, and that God remains faithful to his covenant promises. And that had to be a shot in the arm for him, and it gives him strength to carry on with the work of the gospel. On top of that, Knox is betrothed to Marjorie in January of 1553. In his letters to Elizabeth Bowes, he used to refer to her as his dearly beloved sister, but in January, it changes to dearly beloved mother. And unfortunately, Marjorie wasn't as diligent in saving Knox's letters to her as her mother was, so we don't get to see what their correspondences looked like. But Knox wasn't shy about his deep affection for her and his letters to her mother. And Marjorie certainly reciprocated that affection. We don't know a ton about Marjorie, but Knox had great confidence in her faith, in her intellect, and her common sense. And unfortunately, she died young in 1560, after her and Knox had come to Geneva. And we'll get there. But John Calvin himself assured Knox that Marjorie Bowes had no equal, and referred to her as Knox's, quote, most sweet wife, end quote. And if John Calvin says that about you, you've done something right. And she was also a ride or die kind of gal. I mean, she was married to a firebrand and stuck by his side through thick and thin. And with Knox, there was probably a lot of thin. In fact, her family didn't approve of marrying Knox. Elizabeth certainly did, but her father did not. Remember, he was a staunch Catholic. I mean, Knox was flat broke. He's a refugee. He's a Protestant preacher. And she said, yeah, I'll cast my lot with that guy. Her father and her relatives weren't happy with that kind of an arrangement. The only thing that Knox had going for him was that at the time he was a royal chaplain and was highly favored in the royal court. But that was probably the only reason why the betrothal even went through. But his status there didn't last. Spoiler alert. And when things fall apart in England and he loses his status, she sticks with him and even goes into exile to the continent with him. But for now, despite their betrothal, Knox has to go south again. He arrives in London sometime in February, and things are coming to a head there. Most of the ecclesiastical leaders are recognizing that Northumberland is duplicitous and was just using the reform movement for his own ends. And now they are souring to him. There are rumors swirling that he and his henchmen are contemplating a return to Romanism. And there are also rumors that King Edward is sick and dying. If he dies and the rumors about Northumberland are true, there would be nothing stopping the return of Catholic dominance in England. So Knox shows up and gets right to work preaching against the establishment and against these developments. And being Knox, he goes hard. He was one of several preachers who partook in a Lenten preaching series where they targeted and even lambasted the nobles who were in attendance. Hooper, Edmund Grindal, John Bradford, and others all preached in this series, and it was a huge deal, a media heyday kind of event. And we don't know exactly what was said, but we know that Knox strongly denounced the execution of Somerset and made personal comments about Northumberland and several members of the Privy Council and accused them of trying to overthrow the Protestant consensus. Hooper and the rest went hard, but Knox, being Knox, ratcheted up even higher. When Dawson refers to this event, she says, quote, "If a nail needed driving home, the Scot reached for a sledgehammer. If salt were needed to cleanse and scour, then he picked up a shovel." End quote. In light of all this, Knox decides to turn down his appointment as pastor of All Hallows, which really made the Privy Council mad, so they summoned him to explain why he would turn down the position. He goes and explains himself and says that he thinks he could be of better use elsewhere than as a parish minister. And they debate most of the topics at hand: kneeling at the Lord's Supper, church discipline, conformity to the Book of Common Prayer, so on and so forth. And after a long conversation, they depart on friendly terms. Northumberland and the Privy Council probably see the wisdom in having Knox out of London anyway, given the way things are going. So they send him to preach in Buckinghamshire and Amersham. So Knox has turned down not one, but two positions in the Church of England, and it's almost certainly because he is recognizing that things can't keep going the way they are going in England. He's perceptive enough to know that King Edward's Protestantism is the only thing that is holding everything together. The Protestant factions are eventually going to splinter and explode when Edward is gone, especially since the next in line to the throne is Mary Tudor. But even if things somehow stayed together, Knox probably had no interest in being a cog in such a dysfunctional machine. So in March of 1553, Cranmer brought a revision to the canon law to the table that would give the church greater independence from the crown and more authority to administer discipline, maybe even to nobles, maybe even to members of the Privy Council. So Northumberland responds with vitriolic attacks against the clergy and threats of severe punishment. And Cranmer backed down almost immediately, but the mask had slipped, and now it was impossible not to see who Northumberland really was and what his priorities were. Then, to make matters all the more dire, in May, King Edward comes down with a cold that turns into pulmonary tuberculosis. He sees the writing on the wall and knows that he is going to die. So he starts trying to make moves to ensure that his sister, Mary, doesn't succeed him. He's trying to arrange things so that Lady Jane Grey takes the crown, and she was the daughter-in-law to Northumberland. And because of this development, no one knows what's going to happen. Everyone is just kind of waiting to see what direction things go. When Edward dies, Knox is in Amersham, and he preaches a sermon where he calls for England to repent of her sins and to turn to the true gospel of Christ. And he warns against allying with the Catholic princes in Europe. He warns of terrible plagues to come if England turns back to Rome. And this was a risky move, preaching a sermon like this at that time. Mary, who was on the ascendancy, had soldiers in the area as she was shoring up support, and some of them were probably even in attendance. So he's sticking his neck out and he's imploring, pleading, and warning Scotland not to forsake the gospel. And what's Northumberland doing? He's in a sticky spot. He has sought for Lady Jane Grey to take the crown after Edward's own devices, but if that fails and Mary takes over, he's a dead man. So what does he do? He does a complete 180 and declares himself a loyal subject to the new Tudor monarch, Queen Mary. And this is a guy who personally banned her from taking the Mass in the privacy of her own home. And now he's saying he's a loyal subject to the Catholic monarch. What a joke. What a coward. As for the church, everyone knew what was about to happen. Mary was going to take them back to Rome. So the Catholic clergy that had been holding on came out in favor of Mary, and the Protestants geared up to either flee to the continent or steel themselves to endure persecution. And Knox is one of them. He's in a pickle because his home base in Amersham is strongly Protestant, but if persecution becomes the official policy, there wasn't going to be much that would protect him. And you can tell from his letters that the uncertainty is weighing on him. On top of the uncertainty of the process of the Marian accession, there's also uncertainty regarding whether Marjorie's father would allow them to be married. Elizabeth is strongly advocating for him, of course, but Knox, in a letter dated September 20th of that year, thanks her for her advocacy but tells her not to think too much of it, because he might have to flee for his life. So this is deeply affecting Knox and his personal life. And in all of this craziness, Knox is trying to get the support he needs to marry Marjorie. So he goes up to the north to meet with Marjorie. And he really was just going there to say goodbye in case he never sees her again. And he's risking his life to do this. Her brother, George, warned him not to come because everyone knew him in the north. He was a very recognizable figure, and if he got caught, he was a dead man. So his actions here, they really speak to his deep affection and love for her. And before he gets to meet with her, he meets with her uncle, Robert Bowes, who was also a really important guy in the north. And he's trying to get his support to marry Marjorie. But Robert just can't see how he can support the idea of his sister marrying a Scottish preacher who is on the run from the authorities. Not only that, he accuses Knox and Elizabeth of going behind Richard, his brother's back, and mocks them for being Protestants. And Knox takes this extremely hard. It breaks him up. And in a letter to Elizabeth, he says that he just hopes that he dies soon. Robert also neglected to tell Marjorie and Elizabeth that Knox was coming north, so they feared that Knox had given up hope and abandoned the Bowes family. And this wasn't true, but Knox couldn't come see them because by this point the persecution was in full swing. Reed describes the dynamic in England when he says, "It is likely that he then decided to return to the south in the hope of being able to escape overseas, since Mary had begun to take strong measures against Protestants and Protestantism." Parliament had enacted a law banning the use of the Second Book of Common Prayer after December 1st. Most of the Protestant bishops had been imprisoned, and no doubt his name had been placed on the list of the most wanted men in England." End quote. So Knox was too well known in the north to move around freely, and he certainly couldn't go home to Scotland with Mary de Guise in charge because she would have him killed immediately. And Marjorie's brother, George, is hiding him in the northeast of England, but keeping his whereabouts a secret is practically impossible. So he goes south to Chester. He's probably looking for passage out of England, but in Chester he meets Christopher Goodman, who was a professor of divinity at Oxford. With Mary's accession, Goodman loses his post and comes home to Chester. So Knox meets him and they hit it off right away. They're on a walk on the walls of Chester, and Knox convinces Goodman to flee to the continent so that he can continue to serve the church. And in convincing Goodman, he's almost certainly really convincing himself to do the same. And this first chance meeting develops into a lifelong friendship that Knox cherished until the day he died. Goodman truly becomes Knox's best friend. By February 1554, Knox had landed in Dieppe, France. And for a man who had been enslaved on a French galley, it had to sting that France was now safer for him than Scotland or even England. Of course, he's not going to hang around in France, but still. As he saw the coast of France from the boat, he must have been reminded of the numerous times he saw those shores as a slave. And I'm sure it caused him to think about the 5 years he had spent in England. It had been a very important period of his life so far. He had learned a ton. He had exercised influence over his immediate congregation, sure, but also over the entirety of the English Reformation. He had grown intellectually, spiritually, personally. He had the time to study and formulate his ideas and his arguments and to put them into practice and debate and at court. His system of theology was now even more sturdy and developed than it was in Scotland. He has taken what Wishart gave him and forged it into an even greater and more robust weapon. And now it has been tested in the fires of battle. He himself is a more effective weapon now than ever before. But though he's become sharper in many ways, his time in Berwick and Newcastle has also softened his heart in many ways too. He has experience ministering to congregations, pastoring and shepherding hearts. He can thunder out imprecations, yes, but he can also weep with the suffering and show tenderness and patience too. He's also a shrewder man now than before. His colleague John Cooper would stir up some huge controversy and then back down when it didn't pan out. Knox has become more measured. He picks his battles now. He makes sure that the target is in reach before he pulls the trigger. But when he pulls the trigger, it's a sight to behold. He doesn't easily put himself in positions where he's forced to back down. He's also gotten a ton of experience in dealing with politicians and lords. He knows how they operate, and he knows how to deal with them. He doesn't trust them almost ever, but he knows them now. He has ideals about what the magistrate ought to do, protect the church, promote the good of the church, sure. He even thinks that they should ban idolatry like the Mass. But in practice, from here on out, he is unwilling to blindly submit to pretty much any civil authority. In that regard, he is as cynical and jaded as ever. But now he's in Dieppe, and he stays there for several weeks. And he has nothing to do but meditate on what went wrong, what's happening in England, and what the consequences are going to be. He writes a tract called A Faithful Admonition to the Professors of God's Truth in England, as well as a tract on Psalm 6. And maybe we'll cover those in a bonus episode or something. But he's also working on some writing projects that he had from the summer that he just couldn't get to with all the turmoil. But most of all, he's just depressed. He's waiting to hear word from Marjorie, and he's probably just waiting to hear that she has been betrothed to someone else. I mean, that would have been the sensible thing for her and her family to do. Clerical celibacy was back on the table with Mary's reign, and that would mean that her betrothal to a minister would have been voided. And should she marry a minister, their children would have been considered bastards. So for Knox, he's probably just waiting for the bad news that his relationship with her is gone and done. But his main theological or pastoral concern is to get people to stay away from the Mass. But it's easier said in exile than done in England. And he gets word from England that many of his congregation members in Berwick and Newcastle and London and Amersham, that they were attending the Mass. And that is a dagger to Knox's heart, and it leaves him feeling that his entire ministry in England has been a total miserable failure. But it wasn't all bad news. There was a consistent strain in the Protestant community left in England that there could be no external conformity to the ceremonies of Roman Catholicism. To do so would be to void your witness. So tracts were being published that said English Protestants should accept the punishments and hold fast to their faith. And I said it's easier said in exile than done in England, but Knox had done it before. He had taken the punishment while standing firm in his faith, specifically for rejecting external conformity to Roman Catholic doctrine, to Roman Catholic ceremonies, for rejecting the Mass. And he had done it while a slave on the galleys. This is from Dawson. Thanks to his galley experience, being loyal, holding to one's faith and suffering were deeply familiar themes to Knox. They also fitted neatly into his concept of the faithful few forming the true church. End quote. So he's not just calling on his disciples in England to do really anything that he himself wasn't willing to do or that he hadn't done before. It was doable, and Knox knew it was doable because he had done it. All of that to say, Knox's heart was with the British Isle, and he was desperately seeking ways that the English or the Scottish could take up some kind of political action to help stem the tide. And being a Scot, he had no principal issue with accusations of treason or sedition. He didn't care about who had the most valid of the various claims to the English crown. He didn't care about the politics and the pomp and circumstance. He cared about the word of God going out in England and in Scotland. Again from Dawson, quote, Knox's Scottish background not only left him free from the obsession with the terrifying specter of treason and civil war that haunted the English, it also gave him an alternative understanding of the employment of armed force as an extreme recourse within the political process. End quote. For Knox, nothing is off the table. He's willing to do whatever it takes to ensure the enemies of the gospel are defeated and the word of God is proclaimed. His only concern is, what is acceptable before God? Can we bear arms against the English? Can we bear arms against the forces of Mary de Guise and the French? Is that permissible? Will God allow it? Would it be sin? And to answer these questions, he knows that he needs to seek help. So he asks himself, where to now? The only answer that makes any sense is Switzerland. He needs to talk to John Calvin. This has been a podcast of Westminster Media. Westminster Media is a ministry of Westminster Theological Seminary. If you would like to join us in our mission to train specialists in the Bible to proclaim the whole counsel of God for Christ and His global church, please visit www.wts.edu/donate. This podcast was hosted by Brandon McLean Smith and edited by Brandon McLean Smith.